Chapter 20 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 20. When Selma uttered her edict that Luella Bailey must be elected, she did not know that the election was only 3 days off. When she was told this by Mrs. Earle, she cast about feverishly during a few hours for the means to compass certain victory, and promptly and sensibly disclaimed responsibility for the result, suggesting even that her first appearance as a remover of mountains be deferred to the time when the bill should be before the legislature. As she aptly explained to Mrs. Earle, the canvass was virtually at an end. She was unacquainted with the practical features of the situation, and was to all intents a stranger to Benham after so long an absence. Mrs. Earle was unable to combat the logic of these representations, but she obtained from Selma a ready promise to accompany the Benham Institute to the final rally on the evening before Election Day, and sit in a prominent place on the platform. The Institute was to attend as a body by way of promoting the cause of its candidate, for though the meeting was called in aid of the entire Democratic municipal ticket, Hon. James O. Lyons, the leading orator of the occasion, had promised to devote special attention to Miss Bailey, whose election, owing to the attitude of the Reform Club, was recognized as in doubt. Selma also agreed to accompany Mrs. Earle in a hack on the day itself, and career through the city in search of recalcitrant and indifferent female voters, for the recently acquired right of Benham women to vote for members of the school board had not as yet been exercised by any considerable number of the emancipated sex. As part of the program of the meeting, the Benham Institute, or the major portion of it, for there were a few who sympathized openly with Mrs. Taylor, filed showily onto the platform headed by Mrs. Earle, who waved her pocket handkerchief at the audience, which was the occasion for renewed hand-clapping and enthusiasm. Selma walked not far behind and took her seat among the 40 other members, who all wore white silk badges stamped in red with the sentiment, "A vote for Luella Bailey is a vote for the liberty of the people." Her pulses were throbbing with interest and pleasure. This was the sort of thing she delighted in, and which she had hoped would be a frequent incident of her life in New York. It pleased her to think how naturally and easily she had taken her place in the ranks of these earnest, enthusiastic workers, and that she had merely to express a wish in order to have leadership urged upon her. Matters had shaped themselves exactly as she desired. Mr. Parsons not only treated her completely as an equal, he had already become obviously dependent on her, and begun to develop the tendencies of an invalid. The exercises were of a partisan cast. The theory that municipal government should be independent of party politics had been an adage in Benham since its foundation, and been disregarded annually by 9/10 of the population ever since. This was a democratic love feast. The speakers and the audience alike were in the best of spirits, for there was no uncertainty of the party profits as to the result of the morrow's ballot, excepting with regard to Miss Bailey. The rest of the ticket would unquestionably be elected. Accordingly, all hands and voices were free to focus their energies in her behalf, and thus make the victory a clean sweep. Nevertheless, the earlier speakers felt obliged to let their eloquence flow over the whole range of political misgovernment, from the White House and the national platform down, although the actual issue was the choice of a mayor, 12 aldermen, and a school committee, so that only casual reference was made to the single weak spot on the ticket, until the Hon. James O. Lyons rose to address the meeting. The reception accorded him was more spontaneous and effusive than that which had been bestowed on either of his predecessors, and as he stood waiting with dignified urbanity for the applause to subside, some rapturous admirer called for 3 cheers, and the tumult was renewed. Selma was thrilled. Her acquaintance with Mr. Lyons naturally heightened her interest, and she observed him eagerly. Time had added to his corporeal weight since he had acted as her counsel, and enhanced the sober yet genial decorum of his bearing. His slightly pontifical air seemed an assurance against ill-timed levity. His cheeks were still fat and smooth-shaven, but like many of the successful men of Benham, he now wore a chin beard, a thick tuft of hair which in his case tapered so that it bore some resemblance to the beard of a goat, and gave a rough and ready aspect to his appearance, suggestive alike of smart, solid worth, and an absence of dandified tendencies. Mr. Parsons had a thicker beard of the same character, which Selma regarded with favor as a badge of serious intentions. "My friends," he began when the applause had subsided, then paused and surveyed his audience in a manner which left them in doubt as to whether he was struggling with emotion or busy in silent prayer. My friends, a month ago today, the citizens of Benham assembled to crown with appropriate and beautiful services the monument which they, the survivors, had erected with pious hands to perpetuate the memory of those who laid down their lives to keep intact our beloved Union of States and to banish slavery forever from the confines of our aspiring civilization. A week ago, an equally representative assembly, without regard to creed or party, listened to the exercises attending the dedication of the new courthouse which we have raised to justice, that white-robed goddess, the guardian of the liberties of the people. Each was a notable and significant event. On each occasion I had the honor to say a few poor words. We celebrated with bowed heads and with garlands the deeds of the heroic dead. And now we have consecrated ourselves to the opportunities and possibilities of peace under the law, to the revelation of the temper of our new civilization, which, tried in the furnace of war, is to be a grand and vital power for the advancement of the human race, for the righteous furtherance of the brotherhood of man. What is the hope of the world? He asked. America, these United States, a bulwark against tyranny, an asylum for the aspiring and the downtrodden. The eyes of the nations are upon us, and the souls of the survivors and of the sons and the daughters of the patriots who have died in defense of the liberties of our beloved country abide the seed and inspiration for new victories of peace. Our privilege, be it as the heirs of Washington and Franklin and Hamilton and Lincoln and Grant, to set the nations of the earth an example of what peace under the law may accomplish, so that the free-born son of America, from the shores of Cape Cod to the western limits of the Golden Gate, may remain a synonym for noble deeds and noble aims, for truth and patriotism and fearlessness of soul. The speaker's words had been uttered slowly at the outset, ponderous, sonorous, sentence by sentence, like the big drops before a heavy shower. As he warmed to his theme, the pauses ceased, and his speech flowed with the musical sweep of a master of platform oratory. When he spoke of war, his voice choked. In speaking of peace, he paused for an appreciable moment, casting his eyes up as though he could discern the angel of national tranquillity hovering over him. Although his opening peroration seemed scarcely germane to the occasion, the audience listened in absorbed silence, spellbound by the magnetism of his delivery. They felt sure that he had a point in reserve to which these splendid but agreeable truths were a pertinent introduction. Proceeding with his address, Mr. Lyons made a panegyric on these United States of America from the special standpoint of their dedication to the God of our fathers, a solemn figure of speech. The sincerity of his patriotism was emphasized by the religious fervor of his deduction that God was on the side of the nation, and the nation on the side of God. Though he abstained from direct strictures, both his manner and his matter seemed to serve a caveat, so to speak, on the other nations, by declaring that for fineness of heart and thought and deed, the world must look to the land whose wide and well-nigh boundless prairies were blossoming with the buds of truth, fanned by the breeze of liberty, and fertilized by the aspirations of a God-fearing and God-led population. What is the hope of the world, I repeat? He continued. The plain and sovereign people of our beloved country. Whatever menaces their liberties, whatever detracts from their power and infringes on their prerogatives, is a peril to our institutions and a step backward in the science of government. My friends, we are here tonight to protest against a purpose to invade those liberties, a deliberately conceived design to take away from the sovereign people of the city one of their cherished privileges, the right to decide who shall direct the policy of our free public school system, that priceless heritage of every American. I beg to remind you that this contest is no mere question of healthy rivalry between two great political parties, nor again is it only a vigorous competition between two ambitious and intelligent women. A ballot in behalf of our candidate will be a vote of confidence in the ability of the plain people of this country to adopt the best educational methods without the patronizing dictation of a brood of specialists nurtured on foreign and uninspiring theories of instruction. A ballot against Miss Luella Bailey, the competent and cultivated lady whose name adds strength and distinction to our ticket, and who has been needlessly and wantonly opposed by those who should be her proud friends, will signify a willingness to renounce one of our most precious liberties, the free man's right to choose those who are to impart to his children mastery of knowledge and love of country. I take my stand tonight as the resolute enemy of this aristocratic and un-American suggestion, and urge you, on the eve of election, to vote your energies to overwhelming, beneath the shower of your fearless ballots, this insult to the intelligence of the voters of Benham, and this menace to our free and successful institutions, which, under the guidance of the God of our fathers, we purposely keep perpetually progressive and undefiled. A salvo of enthusiasm greeted Mr. Lyons as he concluded. His speeches were apt to cause those whom he addressed to feel that they were no common campaign utterances, but eloquent expressions of principle and conviction, clothed in memorable language, as indeed they were. He was fond of giving a moral or patriotic flavor to what he said in public, for he entertained both a profound reverence for high moral ideas and an abiding faith in the superiority of everything American. He had arrayed himself on the threshold of his legal career as a friend and champion of the mass of the people, the plain and sovereign people, as he was apt to style them in public. His first and considerable successes had been as for the counsel for plaintiffs before juries in accident cases against large corporations, and he had thought of himself with complete sincerity as a plain man, contesting for human rights before the bar of justice by the sheer might of his sonorous voice and diligent brain. His political development had been on the same side. Latterly the situation had become a little puzzling, though, to a man of straightforward intentions like himself, not fundamentally embarrassing. That is, the last 4 or 5 years had altered both the character of his practice and his circumstances, so that instead of fighting corporations, he was now the close adviser of a score of them, not the defender of their accident cases, but the confidential attorney who was consulted in regard to their vital interests, and who charged them liberal sums for his services. He still figured in court from time to time in his capacity of the plain man's friend, which he still considered himself to be no less than before, but most of his time was devoted to protecting the legal interests of the railroad, gas, water manufacturing, mining, and other undertakings which the rapid growth of Benham had forgotten. And as a result of this commerce with the leading men of affairs in Benham, and knowledge of what was going on, he had been able to invest his large fees to the best advantage, and had already reaped a rich harvest from the rapid rise in value of the securities of diverse successful enterprises. When new projects were under consideration, he was in a position to have a finger in the pie, and he was able to borrow freely from a local bank in which he was a director. He was puzzled, it might be said distressed, how to make these rewards of his professional prominence appear compatible with his real political principles, so that the plain and sovereign people would recognize as clearly as he that there was no inconsistency in his having taken advantage of the opportunities for professional advancement thrown his way. He was ambitious for political preferment, sharing the growing impression that he was well qualified for public office, and he desired to rise as the champion of popular ideas. Consequently, he resented bitterly the calumnies which had appeared in 1 or 2 irresponsible newspapers to the effect that he was becoming a corporation attorney and a capitalist. Could a man refuse legitimate business which was thrust upon him? How were his convictions and interests in the cause of struggling humanity altered or affected by his success at the bar? Hence he neglected no occasion to share his allegiance to progressive doctrine, and to give utterance to the patriotism which at all times was on tap in his emotional system. He had been married, but his wife had been dead a number of years, and he made his home with his aged mother, to whom he was apt to refer with pious tremulousness when he desired to emphasize some domestic situation before a jury. As a staunch member of the Methodist Church, he was on terms of intimate association with his pastor, and was known as a liberal contributor to domestic and foreign missions. Selma was genuinely carried away by the character of his oratory. His sentiments were so completely in accord with her own ideas that she felt he had left nothing unsaid and had put the case grandly. Here at last was a man who shared with her the convictions with which her brain was seething, a man who was not afraid to give public expression to his views, and who possessed a splendid gift of statement. She had felt sure that she would meet sympathy and kindred spirits in Benham, But her experience in New York had so far depressed her that she had not allowed herself to expect such a thorough-going champion. What a contrast his solid, devotional, yet businesslike aspect was to the quizzical lightness of the men in New York she had been told were clever, like Dr. Page and Mr. Dennison. He possessed Wilbur's ardor and reverence with a robustness of physique and a practical air which Wilbur had lacked to his and her detriment. If Wilbur had been as vigorous in body as he ought to have been, would he have died? She had read somewhere lately that physical delicacy was apt to react on the mind and make one's ideas too fine-spun and unsubstantial. Here was the advantage which a man like Mr. Lyons had over Wilbur. He was strong and thick-set, and looked as though he could endure hard work without wincing. So could she. It was a great boon, an essential of effective manhood or womanhood. These thoughts followed in the wake of the enthusiasm his personality had aroused in her at the close of his address. She scarcely heard the remarks of the next speaker, the last on the program. Her eyes kept straying wistfully in the direction of Mr. Lyons, and she wondered if there would be an opportunity when the meeting was over to let him know how much she approved of what he had said, and how necessary she felt the promulgation of such ideas was for the welfare of the country. She was aroused from contemplation by the voice of Mrs. Earle, who, now that everybody was standing up preliminary to departure, bent over her front bench on the platform to whisper, "Wasn't Mr. Lyons splendid?" "Yes, indeed," said Selma. "I should like so much to make his acquaintance, to compare notes with him and thank him for his brave, true words." "I know he'd be pleased to meet you. I'll try to catch his eye. I wish some of those Reform Club people could have heard what he thought of them. There! Hey, he's looking this way. I'm going to attract his attention." Whereupon Mrs. Earle began to nod in his direction energetically. "He sees us now and has noticed you. I shouldn't wonder if he has recognized you. Follow me close, Selma, and we'll be able to shake hands with him." By dint of squeezing and stertorous declarations of her desire, Mrs. Earle obtained a gradual passage through the crowd. Many from the audience had ascended to the platform for the purpose of accosting the speakers, and a large share of the interest was being bestowed on Mr. Lyons, who was holding an impromptu reception. When at last Mrs. Earle had worked her way to within a few feet of him, her wheezing condition and bulk announced her approach, and procured her consideration from the others in the line, so that she was able to plant herself pervasively and firmly in front of her idol, and take possession of him by the fervid announcement, "You are simply unanswerable, eloquent, convincing, and unanswerable. And I have brought with me an old friend, Mrs. Littleton, who sympathizes with your superb utterances and wishes to tell you so." As Selma stepped forward in recognition of this introduction, she vibrated to hear Mr. Lyons say, without a sign of hesitation, "A friend whom it is a pleasure to welcome back to Benham. Mrs. Littleton, I am pleased to meet you again." Selma had hoped, and felt it her due, that he would recognize her. Still, his having done so at once was a compliment which served to enhance the favorable opinion which she had already formed regarding him. "I have been longing for months, Mr. Lyons," she said, "to hear someone say what you have said tonight. I am concerned, as we all are, of course, in Miss Bailey's election, and your advocacy of her cause was most brilliant. But what I refer to, what interested me especially, was the splendid protest you uttered against all movements to prevent the intelligence of the people from asserting itself. It gave me encouragement, and made me feel that the outlook for the future is bright, that our truths must prevail." It was a maxim with Lyons that it was desirable to remember everyone he met, and he prided himself on his ability to call cordially by name clients or chance acquaintances with whom he had not seen for years. Nature had endowed him with a good memory for names and faces, but he had learned to take advantage of all opportunities to brush up his wits before they were called into flattering, spontaneous action. When his glance, attracted by Mrs. Earle's remote gesticulation, rested on Selma's face, he began to ask himself at once where he had seen it before. In the interval vouchsafed by her approach, he recalled the incident of the divorce, that her name had been Babcock, that she had married again, but he was still groping for her name of the husband when the necessary clue was supplied by Mrs. Earle, and he was able to make his recognition of her exhaustive. He noticed with approval her pretty face and compact figure, reflecting that the slight gain in flesh was to her advantage, and noticed also her widow's mourning. But her eager, fluent address and zealous manner had prevented his attention from secretly wandering with businesslike foresight to the next persons in the line of those anxious to shake his hand, and led him to regard her a second time. He was accustomed to compliments, but he was struck by the note of discriminating companionship in her congratulation. He believed that he had much at heart the very issue which she had touched upon, and it gratified him that a woman whose appearance was so attractive to him should single out for sympathetic enthusiasm what was, in his opinion, the cardinal principle involved, instead of expatiating on the assistance which he had rendered Miss Bailey. Lyons said to himself that here was a kindred spirit, a woman with whom conversation would be a pleasure, with whom it would be possible to discourse on terms of mental comradeship. He was partial to comely women, but he did not approve of frivolity, except on special and guarded occasions. "I thank you cordially for your appreciation," he answered. "You have grasped the vital kernel of my speech, and I am grateful for your good opinion." Even in addressing the other sex, Lyons could not forget the responsibility of his frock coat, and that it was incumbent upon him to be strictly serious in public. Nevertheless, his august but glib demeanor suited Selma's mood better than more obvious gallantry, especially as she got the impression, which he really wished to convey, that he admired her. It was out of the question for him to prolong the situation in the face of those waiting to grasp his hand. But Lyons heard with interest the statement which Mrs. Earle managed to whisper hoarsely in his ear just as he turned to welcome the next comer, and they were swept along. "She is one of our brightest minds. The poor child has recently lost her husband, and has come to keep Mr. Parsons company in his new house. An ideal arrangement." The identity of Mr. Parsons was well known to Lyons. He had met him occasionally in the past in other parts of the state in connection with business complications, and regarded him as a practical, intelligent citizen whose name would be of value to an aspirant for congressional honors. It occurred to him as he shook hands with those next in line and addressed them that it would be eminently suitable if he should pay his respects to this newcomer in Benham by a visit. By so doing he would kill two birds with one stone, for he had reasoned of late that he owed it to himself to see more of the other sex. He had no specific matrimonial intentions. That is, he was not on the lookout for a wife, but he approved of happy unions as one of the great bulwarks of the community, and was well disposed to encounter a suitable helpmate. He should expect physical charms, dignity, capacity, and a sympathetic mind. A woman, in short, who would be an ornament to his home, a Christian influence in society, and a companion whose intelligent tact would be likely to promote his political fortunes. So it happened that in the course of the next few days he found himself thinking of Mrs. Littleton as a fine figure of a woman. This had not happened to him before since the death of his wife, and it made him thoughtful to the extent of asking, why not? For in spite of his long frock coat and proper demeanor, passion was not extinct in the bosom of the Honorable James O. Lyons, and he was capable, on special and guarded occasions, of telling a woman that he loved her. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 21. Miss Luella Bailey was not elected. The unenlightened prejudice of man to prefer one of his own sex, combined with the hostility of the Reform Club, secured her defeat, notwithstanding that the rest of her ticket triumphed at the polls. There was some consolation for her friends in the fact that her rival, Miss Snow, had a considerably smaller number of votes than she. Selma solaced herself by the reflection that as she had been consulted only at the 12th hour, she was not responsible for the result, but she felt nerved by the defeat to concentrate her energies against the proposed bill for an appointed school board. Her immediate attention and sympathy were suddenly invoked by the illness of Mr. Parsons, who had seemed lacking in physical vigor for some weeks, and whose symptoms culminated in a slight paralysis, which confined him to his bed for a month, and to his house during the remainder of the autumn. Selma rejoiced in this opportunity to develop her capacities as a nurse, to prove how adequate she would have been to take complete charge of her late husband had Dr. Page chosen to trust her. She administered with scrupulous regularity to the invalid such medicines as were ordered, and kept him cheerful by reading and conversation, so that the physician in charge complimented her on her proficiency. Trained nurses were unknown in Benham at this time, and any old or unoccupied female was regarded as qualified to watch over the sick. Selma appreciated from what she had observed of the conduct of Wilbur's nurse that there was a wrong and a right way of doing things, but she blamed Dr. Page for his failure to appreciate instinctively that she was sure to do things suitably. It seemed to her that he had lacked the intuitive gift of discern latent capabilities, a fault of which the Benham practitioner proved blameless. From the large sunny chamber in which Mr. Parsons slowly recovered some portion of his vitality, Selma could discern the distant beginnings of Wetmore College, pleasantly situated on an elevation well beyond the city limits on the further side of the winding river. An architect had been engaged to carry out Wilbur's plans, and she watched the outlines of the new building gradually take shape during the convalescence of her benefactor. She recognized that the college would be theoretically a noble addition to the standing of Benham as a city of intellectual and aesthetic interests, but it provoked her to think that its management was in the hands of Mrs. Hallett Taylor and her friends, between whom and herself she felt that a chasm of irreconcilable differences of opinion existed. Mrs. Taylor had not called on her since her return. She believed that she was glad of this, and hoped that some of the severely indignant criticism which she had uttered in regard to the Reform Club movement had reached her ears. Or was Mrs. Taylor envious of her return to Benham as the true mistress of this fine establishment on the River Drive, so superior to her own? Nevertheless, it would have suited Selma to have been one of the trustees of this new college, her husband's handiwork in the doing of which he had laid down his promising life, and the fact that no one had sought her out and offered her the honor as a fitting recognition of her due was secretly mortifying. The Benham Institute had been prompt to acknowledge her presence by giving a reception in her honor, at which she was able to recite once more, "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud?" with old-time success, and she had been informed by Mrs. Earle that she was likely to be chosen one of the vice presidents at the annual meeting. But these Reform Club people had not even done her the courtesy to ask her to join them or consider their opinions. She would have spurned the invitation with contempt, but it piqued her not to know more about them. It distressed her to think that there should exist in Benham an exclusive set which professed to be ethically and intellectually superior, and did not include her, for she had come to Benham with the intention of leading such a movement, to the detriment of fashion and frivolity. With Mr. Parsons' money at her back, she was serenely confident that the houses of the magnates of Benham, the people who corresponded in her mind's eye to the dwellers on Fifth Avenue, would open to her. Already there had been flattering indications that she would be able to command attention there. She had expected to find this so. Her heart would have been broken to find it otherwise. Still, her hope in shaking the dust of New York from her feet had been to find in Benham an equally admirable and satisfactory atmosphere in regard to mental and moral progress. She had come just in time, it is true, to utter her vehement protest against this exclusive aristocratic movement, this arrogant affectation of superiority, and to array herself in battle line against it, resolved to give herself up with enthusiasm to its annihilation. Yet the sight of the college buildings for the higher education of women rising without her furtherance and supervision, and under the direction of these people, made her sad and gave her a feeling of disappointment. Why had they been permitted to obtain this foothold? Someone had been lacking in vigilance and foresight. Thank heaven, with her return and a strong popular spirit like Mr. Lyons in the lead, these unsympathetic so-called reformers would speedily be confounded, and the intellectual air of Benham restored to its original purity. One afternoon, while Selma's gaze happened to be directed toward the embryo college walls, and she was incubating on the situation, Mr. Parsons, who had seemed to be dozing, suddenly said, "I should like you to write to Mr. Lyons, the lawyer, and ask him to come see me." "I will write to-night. You know he called while you were ill." "Yes, I thought him a clever fellow when we met 2 or 3 times on railroad matters, and I gather from what you told me about his speech at the political meeting that he's a rising man hereabouts. I'm going to make my will, and I need him to put it into proper shape." "I'm sure he'd do it correctly. There's not much for him to do except to make sure that the language is legal, for I've thought it all out while I've been lying here during these weeks. Still, it's important to have a lawyer to fix it so that people whom I don't intend to get my money Shan't be able to make out that I'm not in my right mind, I guess," he added with a laugh. "The doctor will allow I've my wits sufficiently for that. Surely you are practically well now." Mr. Parsons was silent for a moment. He prided himself on being close-mouthed about his private affairs until they were ripe for utterance. His intention had been to defer until after the interview with his lawyer any statement of his purpose, but it suddenly occurred to him that it would please him to unbosom his secret to his companion, because he felt sure in advance that she would sympathize fully with his plan. He had meant to tell her when the instrument was signed. Why not now? "Selma," he said, "I've known ever since my wife and daughter died that I ought to make a will. But I kept putting it off until it has almost happened that everything I've got went to my next of kin. Folk I'm fond of, too, and mean to remember, but not fond enough for that. If I give them $50,000 apiece, the three of them, I shall rest easy in my grave, even if they think they ought to have had a bigger slice. It's hard on a man who has worked all his days and laid up close to $1 million not to have a son or a daughter, flesh of my flesh, to leave it to, a boy or a girl given at the start the education I didn't get, and who by the help of my money might make me proud if I could look on, of my name or my blood. It wasn't to be, and I must grin and bear it and do the next best thing. I caught a glimpse of what that thing was soon after I lost my wife and daughter, and it was the thought, more than anything, which kept me from going crazy with despair. I'm a plain man, an uneducated man, but the fortune I've made has been honestly, and I'm going to spend it for the good of the American people, to contribute my mite toward helping the cause of truth and good citizenship and free and independent ideas which this nation calls for. I'm going to give my money for benevolent uses." "Oh, Mr. Parsons!" exclaimed Selma, clasping her hands. "How splendid! How glorious! How I envy you! It was what I hoped." "I knew you would be pleased. I've had half a mind once or twice to let the cat out of the bag, because I guessed it would be the sort of thing that would take your fancy. But somehow I've kept mum, for fear I might be taken before I'd made a will. And then, too, I've been of several minds as to the form of my gift. I thought it would suit me best of all to found a college, and I was disappointed when I learned that neighbor Flagg had got the start of me with his seminary for women across the river. I wasn't happy over it until one night, just after the doctor had gone, the thought came to me, why not give a hospital? And that's what it's to be, $500,000 for a free hospital in the city of Benham in memory of my wife and daughter. That'll be useful, won't it? That'll help the people as much as a college. And Selma," he added, cutting off the assuring answer which trembled on her tongue and blazed from her eyes, "I shan't forget you. After I'm gone you are to have $20,000. That'll enable you, in case you don't marry, to keep a roof over your head without working too hard." "Thank you. You are very generous," she said. The announcement was pleasant to her, but at the moment it seemed of secondary importance. Her enthusiasm had been aroused by the fact and character of his public donation, and already her brain was dancing with the thought of the prospect of a rival vital institution, in connection with which her views and her talents would in all probability be consulted and allowed to exercise themselves. Hers, and not Mrs. Taylor's, or any of that censorious and restricting set. In that hospital, at least, ambition and originality would be allowed to show what they could do, unfettered by envy or paralyzed by conservatism. "But I can't think of anything now, Mr. Parsons, except the grand secret you've confided in me. A hospital! It's an ideal gift. It will show the world what noble uses our rich, earnest-minded men make of their money, and it will give our doctors and our people a chance to demonstrate what a free hospital ought to be. Oh, I congratulate you. I will write to Mr. Lyons at once." A note in prompt response stated the hour when the lawyer would call. On his arrival he was shown immediately to Mr. Parsons' apartments, with whom he was closeted alone. Selma managed to cross the hall at the moment he was descending, and he was easily persuaded to linger and to follow her into the library. "I was anxious to say a few words to you, Mr. Lyons," she said. "I know the purpose for which Mr. Parsons sent for you. He has confided to me concerning his will, told me everything. It is a noble disposition of his property. A free hospital for Benham is an ideal selection, and one envies him his opportunity. Yes, it is a superb and generous benefaction. I lay awake for hours last night thinking about it, thinking particularly of the special point I am desirous to consult you in regard to. I don't wish to appear officious or say anything I shouldn't, but knowing from what I heard you state in your speech the other day that you feel as I do in regard to such matters, I take the liberty of suggesting that it seems to me of very great importance that the management of this magnificent gift should be in the proper hands. May I ask you, without impropriety, if you will protect Mr. Parsons so that captious or unenthusiastic persons, men or women, will be unable to control the policy of his hospital? He would wish it so, I am sure. I thought of mentioning the matter to him myself, but I was afraid lest it might worry him and spoil the satisfaction of his generosity or retard his cure. Is what I ask possible? Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly. Perfectly a valuable suggestion," he said. "I am glad that you have spoken. Very glad. Alive as I am to the importance of protecting ourselves at all points, I might not have realized this particular danger had you not called it to my attention. Perhaps only a clever woman would have thought of it." "Oh, thank you. I felt that I could not keep silence and run the risk of what might happen." "Precisely. I think I can relieve your mind by telling you, which under the circumstances is no breach of professional secrecy, for it is plain that the testator desires you to know his purpose, that Mr. Parsons has done me the honor to request me to act as the executor of his will. As such, I shall be in a position to make sure that those to whom the management of his hospital is entrusted are people in whom you and I would have confidence." "That is very satisfactory. It makes everything as it should be, and I am immensely relieved." "Now that you have spoken," he added, meeting her eager gaze with a propitiating look of reflected wisdom, "I will consider the advisability of taking the further precaution of advising the testator to name in his will the persons who shall act as the trustees of his charity. That would clinch the matter. The selection of the individuals would necessarily lie with Mr. Parsons, but it would seem eminently natural and fitting that he should name you to represent your sex on such a board. I hope it would be agreeable to you to serve." Selma flushed. It would be a position which I should prize immensely. Such a possibility had not occurred to me, though I felt that some definite provision should be made. The responsibility would be congenial to me and very much in my line. "Assuredly, if you will permit me to say so, you are just the woman for the place. We have met only a few times, Mrs. Littleton, but I am a man who forms my conclusions of people rapidly, and it is obvious to me that you are thoughtful, energetic, and liberal-minded, qualities which are especially requisite for intelligent progress in semi-public work. It is essentially desirable to enlist the co-operation of well-equipped women to promote the national weal." Lyons departed with an agreeable impression that he had been talking to a woman who combined mental sagacity and enterprise with considerable fascination of person. This capable companion of Mr. Parsons was no coquettish or simpering beauty, no mere devotee of fashionable manners, but a mature, well-poised character endowed with ripe intellectual and bodily graces. Their interview suggested that she possessed initiative and discretion in directing the course of events, and a strong sense of moral responsibility, attributes which attracted his interest. He was obliged to make 2 more visits before the execution of the will, and on each occasion he had an opportunity to spend a half-hour alone in the society of Selma. He found her gravely and engagingly sympathetic with his advocacy of democratic principles. He told her of his ambition to be elected to Congress, an ambition which he believed would be realized the following autumn. He confided to her also that he was engaged in his leisure moments in the preparation of a literary volume to be entitled Watchwords of Patriotism, a study of the requisites of the best citizenship, exemplified by pertinent extracts from the public utterances of the most distinguished American public servants. Selma, on her part, reciprocated by a reference to the course of lectures on culture and higher education, which she had resolved to deliver before the Benham Institute during the winter. In these lectures she meant to emphasize the importance of unfettered individuality, and to comment adversely on the tendencies hostile to this fundamental principle of progress, which she had observed in New York, and from which Benham itself did not appear to her to be entirely exempt. After delivering these lectures in Benham, she intended to repeat them in various parts of the State, and in some of the large cities elsewhere, under the auspices of the Confederated Sisterhood of Women's Clubs of America, the Sorosis which Mrs. Earle had established on a firm basis, and of which at present she was second vice president. As a token of sympathy with his undertaking, Mr. Lyons offered to procure her a free pass on the railroads over which she would be obliged to travel. This pleased Selma greatly, for she had always regarded free passes as a sign of mysterious and enviable importance. 2 months later, Selma, as secretary of the subcommittee of the Institute selected to oppose before the legislature the bill to create an appointed school board, had further occasion to confer with Mr. Lyons. He agreed to be the active counsel and approved of the plan that a delegation of women should journey to the Capitol 2½ hours by rail to add the moral support of their presence at the hearing before the legislative committee. The expedition was another gratification to Selma, who had become possessed of her free pass. She felt that in visiting the State House and thus taking an active part in the work of legislation, she was beginning to fulfill the larger destiny for which she was qualified. Side by side with Mrs. Earle, at the head of a delegation of 20 Benham women, she marched augustly into the committee chamber. The contending factions sat on opposite sides of the room. Through its middle ran a long table occupied by the Committee on Education, to which the bill had been referred. Among the 12 or 15 persons who appeared in support of the bill, Selma perceived Mrs. Hallett Taylor, whom she had not seen since her return. She was disappointed to observe that Mrs. Taylor's clothes, though unostentatious, were in the latest fashion. She had hoped to find her dowdy or unenlightened, and to be able to look down on her from the heights of her own New York experience. The lawyer in charge of the bill presented lucidly and with skill the merits of his case, calling to the stand 4 prominent educators from as many different sections of the state, and several citizens of well-known character, among them Babcock's former pastor, Reverend Henry Glenn. He pointed out that the school committee, as at present constituted, was an unwieldy body of 24 members, that it was regarded as the first round in the ladder of political preferment, and that the members which composed it were elected not on the ground of their fitness, but because they were ambitious for political recognition. The legislative committee listened politely but coldly to these statements and to the testimony of the witnesses. It was evident that they regarded the proposed reform with distrust. "Do you mean us to understand that the public schools of this state are not among the best, if not the best, in the world?" asked one member of the committee somewhat sternly. "I recognize the merits of our school system, but I am not blind to its faults," responded the attorney in charge of the bill. He was a man who possessed the courage of his convictions, but he was a lawyer of tact, and he knew that his answer went to the full limit of what he could safely utter by way of qualification without hopelessly imperiling his cause. "Are not our public schools turning out yearly hundreds of boys and girls who are a growing credit to the soundness of the institutions of the country?" continued the same inquisitor. Here was a proposition which opened such a vista of circuitous and careful speech. Were he to attempt to answer it and be true to conscience without being false to patriotism, that Mr. Hunt was driven to reply, "I am unable to deny the general accuracy of your statement." "Then why seek to harass those who are doing such good work by unfriendly legislation?" The member plainly felt that he had disposed of the matter by this triumphant interrogation, for he listened with scant attention to a repetition of the grounds on which relief was sought. Mr. Lyons' method of reply was a surprise to Selma. She had looked for a fervid vindication of the principles of the people's choice, and an eloquent, sarcastic setting forth of the evils of the exclusive and aristocratic spirit. He began by complimenting the members of the committee on their ability to deal intelligently with the important question before them, and then proceeded to refer to the sincere but mistaken zeal of the advocates of the bill, whom he described as people animated by conscientious motives, but unduly distrustful of the capacity of the American people. His manner suggested a desire to be at peace with all the world, and was agreeably conciliatory, as though he deprecated the existence of friction. He said that he would not do the members of the committee the injustice to suppose that they could seriously favor the passage of a bill which would deprive the intelligent average voter of one of his dearest privileges, but that he desired to put himself on record as thinking it a fortunate circumstance on the whole that the well-intentioned promoters of the bill had brought this matter to the attention of the legislature and had an opportunity to express their views. He believed that the hearing would be productive of a benefit to both parties, and that on the one hand it would tend to make the voters more careful as to whom they selected for the important duties of the school board, and on the other would, he as a lover of democratic institutions hoped, served to convince the friends of the bill that they had exaggerated the evils of the situation, and that they were engaged in a false and hopeless undertaking in seeking to confine by hard and fast lines the spontaneous yearnings of the American people to control the education of their children. We say to these critics, he continued, some of whom are enrolled under the solemn name of reformers, that we welcome their zeal and offer cooperation in a resolute purpose to exercise unswerving vigilance in the selection of candidates for the high office of guardians of our public schools, so far as they will join hands with us in keeping undefiled the traditions of our forefathers. To that extent we are heartily in accordance with them. But when they seek to override these traditions and to fasten upon this community a method which is based on a lack of confidence in democratic theories, then I, and gentlemen, I feel sure that you, are against them." Lyons sat down, having given everyone in the room, with the exception of a few discerning spirits on the other side, the impression that he had intended to be preeminently fair, and that he had held out the olive branch when he would have been justified in using the scourge. The inclination to make friends, to smooth over seamy situations, and to avoid repellent language in dealing with adversaries, except in corporation cases before juries and on special occasions when defending his political convictions, had become a growing tendency with him now that he was in training for public office. Selma did not know quite what to make of it at first. She had expected that he would crush their opponents beneath an avalanche of righteous invective. Instead, he took his seat with an expression of countenance which was no less benignant than dignified. When the hearing was declared closed a few minutes later, he looked in her direction, and in the course of his passage to where she was sitting, stopped to exchange affable greetings with assemblymen and others who came in his way. At his approach, Mrs. Earle uttered congratulations so comprehensively that Selma felt able to refrain for the moment from committing herself. "I am glad that you are pleased," he said. "I think I covered the ground, and no one's feelings have been hurt." As though he divined what was passing through Selma's mind, he added in an aside intended only for their ears, "It was not necessary to use all our powder, for I could tell from the way the committee acted that they were with us." "I felt sure they would be," said Mrs. Earle, "and as you say, it is a pleasure that no one's feelings were hurt and that we can all part friends." "Which reminds me," said Lyons, "that I should be glad of an introduction to Mrs. Taylor as she passes on her way out. I wish to assure her personally of my willingness to further her efforts to improve the quality of the school board." "That would be nice of you," said Mrs. Earle, "and ought to please and encourage her, for she will be disappointed, poor thing, and after all I suppose she means well. There she is now, and I will keep my eye on her." "But surely, Mr. Lyons," said Selma, dazed yet interested by this doctrine of brotherly love, "don't you think our school committee admirable as it is?" "A highly efficient body," he answered. "But I should be glad to have our opponents, mistaken as we believe them to be, appreciate that we no less than they are zealous to preserve the present high standard. We must make them recognize that we are reformers and in sympathy with reform." "I see," said Selma, "for of course we are the real reformers. Convert them, you mean. Be civil to them at least. I understand. Yes, I suppose that there is no use in making enemies of them." She was thinking aloud. Though ever on her guard to resent false doctrine, she was so sure of the loyalty of both her companions that she would allow herself to be interested by this new point of view, a vast improvement on the New York manner because of its ethical suggestion. She realized that if Mr. Lyons was certain of the committee, it was right, and at the same time sensible not to hurt anyone's feelings unnecessarily, although she felt a little suspicious because he had asked to be introduced to Mrs. Taylor. Indeed, the more she thought of this attitude, on the assumption that the victory was assured, the more it appealed to her conscience and intelligence. So much so that when Mrs. Earle darted forward to detain Mrs. Taylor, Selma was reflecting with admiration on his magnanimity. She observed intently the meeting between Mr. Lyons and Mrs. Taylor. He was deferential, complimentary, and genial, and he made a suave, impressive offer of his personal services, in response to which Mrs. Taylor regarded him with smiling incredulity, a smile which Selma considered impertinent. How dared she treat his courtly advances with flippant distrust? "Are you aware, Mr. Lyons," Mrs. Taylor was saying, "that one of the present members of the school board is a milkman and another a carpenter, both of them persons of very ordinary efficiency from an educational standpoint? Will you cooperate with us when their terms expire next year and they seek reelection to nominate more suitable candidates in their stead? I shall be very glad when the time comes to investigate carefully their qualifications, and if they are proved unworthy of the confidence of the people, to use my influence against them. You may rely on this. Rely on my cordial support and the support of these ladies," he added, indicating Mrs. Earle and Selma with a wave of his hand, "who, if you will permit me to say so, are no less interested than you in promoting good government." "Oh, yes, indeed. We thought we were making an ideal choice in Miss Luella Bailey," said Mrs. Earle with effusion. "If Mrs. Taylor had seen more of her, I feel sure she would have admired her, and then our Institute would not have been so dragged into politics." Mrs. Taylor did not attempt to answer this appeal. Instead, she greeted Selma civilly and said, "I was sorry to hear that you were against us, Mrs. Littleton. We were allies once in a good cause, and in spite of Mr. Lyons's protestations to the contrary, I assure you that this is another genuine opportunity to improve the existing order of things. At least," she added gaily but firmly, "you must not let Mr. Lyons's predilection to see everything through rose-colored spectacles prevent you from looking into the matter on your own account." "I have done so already," answered Selma, affronted at the suggestion that she was uninformed, yet restrained from displaying her annoyance by the sudden inspiration that here was an admirable opportunity to practice the proselytizing forbearance suggested by Mr. Lyons. The idea of patronizing Mrs. Taylor from the vantage ground of infallibility, tinctured by magnanimous condescension, appealed to her. "I have made a thorough study of the question. I never could look at it as you do, Mrs. Taylor. I sided with you before because I thought you were right, because you were in favor of giving everyone a chance of expression. But now I'm on the other side for the same reason, because you and your friends are disposed to deprive people of that very thing, and to regard their aspirations and their effort contemptuously, if I may say so. That's the mistake we think you made. We who, as Mr. Lyons has stated, are no less eager than you to maintain the present high character of everything which concerns our school system. But if you would only see things in a little different light, both Mrs. Earle and I would be glad to welcome you as an ally and cooperate with you." Selma had not expected to make such a lengthy speech, but as she proceeded she was spurred by the desire to teach Mrs. Taylor her proper place, and at the same time to proclaim her own allegiance to the attitude of optimistic forbearance. "I knew that was the way they felt," said Lyons ingratiatingly. "It would be a genuine pleasure to us all to see this unfortunate difference of opinion between earnest people obviated." Mrs. Taylor, as Selma was pleased to note, flushed at her concluding offer, and she answered dryly, "I fear that we are too far apart in our ideas to talk of cooperation. If our bill is defeated this year, we shall have to persevere and trust to the gradual enlightenment of public sentiment. Good afternoon." Selma left the State House in an elated frame of mind. She felt that she had taken a righteous and patriotic stand, and it pleased her to think that she was taking an active part in defending the institutions of the country. She chatted eagerly as she walked through the corridors with Mr. Lyons, who, portly and imposing, acted as escort to her and Mrs. Earle, and invited them to luncheon at a hotel restaurant. Excitement had given her more color than usual, to which her mourning acted as a foil, and she looked her best. Lyons was proud of being in the company of such a presentable and spirited appearing woman, and made a point of stopping 2 or 3 members of the legislature and introducing them to her. When they reached the restaurant, he established them at a table where they could see everybody and be seen, and he ordered scalloped oysters, chicken salad, ice cream, coffee, and some bottles of sarsaparilla. Both women were in high spirits, and Selma was agreeably conscious that people were observing them. Before the repast was over, a messenger brought a note to Mr. Lyons, which announced that the legislative committee had given the petitioners leave to withdraw their bill, which in Selma's eyes justified the management of the affair and set the seal of complete success on an already absorbing and delightful occasion. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 22. Her mourning and the slow convalescence of Mr. Parsons deprived Selma of convincing evidence in regard to her social reception in Benham, for those socially prominent were thus barred from inviting her to their houses, and her own activities were correspondingly fettered. Indeed, her circumstances supplied her with an obvious salve for her proper dignity, had she been disposed to let suspicion lie fallow. As it was, a number of people had left cards and sent invitations, notwithstanding they could not be accepted, and she might readily have believed, had she chosen, and had she professed openly to Mr. Parsons, that everyone had been uncommonly civil and appreciative. She found herself, however, in spite of her declared devotion to her serious duties, noting that the recognition accorded to Mr. Parsons and herself was not precisely of the character she craved. Visiting cards and invitations were from people residing on the River Drive, and in that neighborhood indeed, but from people like the Flaggs, for instance, who, having acquired large wealth and erected lordly dwellings, were eager to dispense good-natured, lavish hospitality without social experience. Her sensitive ordeal in New York had quickened her social perceptions, so that whereas at the time of her departure from Benham as Mrs. Littleton she regarded her present neighborhood as an integral class, and she was now prompt to separate the sheep from the goats, and to remark that only the goats seemed conscious of her existence. With the exception of Mrs. Taylor, who had called when she was out, not one of a certain set, the outward manifestations of whose stately being were constantly passing her windows, appeared to take the slightest interest in her. Strictly speaking, Mrs. Taylor was of this set, yet apart from it. Hers was the exclusive intellectual and aesthetic set, this the exclusive fashionable set, both alike execrable and foreign to the traditions of Benham. As Selma had discovered the one and declared war against it, so she promised herself to confound the other when the period of her mourning was over, and she was free to appear again in society. Once more she congratulated herself that she had come in time to nip in the bud this other offshoot of aristocratic tendencies. As yet either set was small in number, and she foresaw that it would be an easy task to unite in a solid phalanx of offensive-defensive influence the friendly souls whom these people treated as outsiders, and purge the society atmosphere of the miasma of exclusiveness. In connection with the means to this end, when the winter slipped away and left her feeling that she had been ignored and that she was eager to assume a commanding position, she began to take more than passing thought of the attention of Mr. Lyons. That he was interested by her there could be no doubt, for he plainly went out of his way to seek her society, calling at the house from time to time, and exercising a useful, nattering superintendence over her lecture course in the other cities of the State, in each of which he appeared to have friends on the newspaper press who put agreeable notice in print concerning her performance. She had returned to Benham, believing that her married life was over, that her heart was in the grave with Wilbur, and that she would never again part with her independence. The notice which Mr. Lyons had taken of her from the outset had gratified her, but though she contrasted his physical energy with Wilbur's lack of vigor, it had not occurred to her to consider him in the light of a possible husband. Now that a year had passed since Wilbur's death, she felt conscious once more, as had happened after her divorce, of the need of a closer and more individual sympathy than any at her command. Her relations with Mr. Parsons, to be sure, approximated those of father and daughter, but his perceptions were much less acute than before his seizure. He talked little and ceased to take a vital interest in current affairs. She felt the lack of companionship and also of personal devotion, such personal devotion as was afforded by the strenuous, ardent allegiance of a man. On the other hand, she was firmly resolved never to allow the current of her own life to be turned away again by the subordination of her purposes to those of any other person, and she had believed that this resolution would keep her indifferent to marriage, in spite of any sensations of loneliness or craving for masculine idolatry. But as a widow of a year's standing, she was now suddenly interested by the thought that this solid, ambitious, smooth-talking man might possibly satisfy her natural preference for a mate without violating her individuality. She began to ask herself if he were not truly congenial in a sense which no man had ever been to her before. Also to ask if their aspirations and aims were not so nearly identical that he would be certain as her husband to be proud of everything that she said and did, and to allow her to work hand in hand with him for the furtherance of their common purpose. She did not put these questions to herself until his conduct suggested that he was seeking her society as a suitor, but having put them, she was pleased to find her heart throb with the hope of a stimulating and dear discovery. Certain causes contributed to convince her that this hope rested on a sure foundation, causes associated with her present life and point of view. She felt confident, first of all, of the godliness of Mr. Lyons, as indicated not only by his sober, successful life and his enthusiastic, benignant patriotism, but by his active, reverent interest in the affairs of his church, the Methodist Church, to which Mr. Parsons belonged, and which Selma had begun to attend since her return to Benham. It had been her mother's faith, and she had felt a certain filial glow in approaching it, which had been fanned into pious flame by the affection of the ministration. The fervent hymns and the opportunities for bearing testimony at some of the services appealed to her needs and gave her a sense of oneness with eternal truth, which had hitherto been lacking from her religious experience. In judging Wilbur, she was disposed to ascribe the defects of his character largely to the coldness and analyzing sobriety of his creed. She had accompanied him to church listlessly, and had been bored by the unemotional appeals to conscience and quiet, subjective designations of duty. She preferred to thrill with the intensity of words which now roundly rated sin, now passionately called to mind the ransom of the Savior, and ever kept prominent the stirring mission of evangelizing ignorant foreign people. It appeared probable to Selma that, as a wife of one of the leading church members, who was the chairman of the local committee charged with spreading the gospel abroad, her capacity for doing good would be strengthened and the spiritual availability of both of them enhanced. Then, too, Mr. Lyons's political prospects were flattering. The thought that a marriage with him would put her in a position to control the social tendencies of Benham was alluring. As the wife of Hon. James O. Lyons, member of Congress, she believed that she would be able to look down on and confound those who had given her the cold shoulder. What would Flossy say when she heard it? What would Pauline? This was a form of distinction which would put her beyond the reach of conspiracy and exclusiveness. For, as the wife of a representative selected by the people to guard their interests and make their laws, would not her social position be unassailable? And apart from these considerations, a political future seemed to her peculiarly attractive. Was not this the real opportunity for which she had been waiting? Would she be justified in giving it up? In what better way could her talents be spent than as the helpmate and intellectual companion of a public man, a statesman devoted to the protection and development of American ideas? Her own individuality would not be repressed. She had seen enough of Mr. Lyons to feel sure that their views on the great questions of life were thoroughly in harmony. They held the same religious opinions. Who could foretell the limit of their joint progress? He was still a young man, strong, dignified, and patriotic, endowed with qualities which fitted him for public service. It might well be that a brilliant future was before him, before them, if she were his wife. If he were to become prominent in the councils of the nation, Speaker of the House, Governor, even President within the bounds of possibility, what a splendid congenial scope his honors would afford her own versatility. As day by day she dwelt on these points of recommendation, Selma became more and more disposed to smile on the aspirations of Mr. Lyons in regard to herself, and to feel that her life would develop to the best advantage by a union with him. Until the words asking her to be his wife were definitely spoken, she could not be positive of his intentions. But his conduct left little room for doubt, and moreover was marked by a deferential soberness of purpose which indicated to her that his views regarding marriage were on a higher plane than those of any man she had known. He referred frequently to the home as the foundation on which American civilization rested, and from which its inspiration was largely derived, and spoke feelingly of the value to a public man of a stimulating and dignifying fireside. It became his habit to join her after morning service and to accompany her home, carrying her hymn books, and he sent her from time to time through the post quotations which had especially struck his fancy from the speeches he was collecting for his watchwords of patriotism. Another 6 months passed, and at its close Lyons received the expected nomination for Congress. The election promised to be close and exciting. Both parties were confident of victory, and were preparing vigorously to keep their adherents at fever pitch by rallies and torchlight processions. Although the result of the caucus was not doubtful, it was understood between Lyons and Selma that he would call at the house that evening to let her know that he had been successful. She was waiting to receive him in the library. Mr. Parsons had gone to bed. His condition was not promising. He had recently suffered another slight attack of paralysis, which seemed to indicate that he was liable at any time to a fatal seizure. Lyons entered smilingly. "So far, so good," he exclaimed. Then you have won? Oh, yes. As I told you, it was a foregone conclusion. Now the fight begins." Selma, who had provided a slight reflection, handed him a cup of tea. "I feel sure that you will be chosen," she said. "See if I am not right. When is the election?" "In 6 weeks. 6 weeks from to-morrow." "Then will you go to Washington to live?" "Not until the 4th of March. I envy you. If I were a man, I should prefer success in politics to anything else." He was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Will you help me to achieve success? Will you go with me to Washington as my wife?" His courtship had been formal and elaborate, but his declaration was signally simple and to the point. Selma noticed that the cup in his hand trembled. While she kept her eyes lowered, as women are supposed to do at such moments, she was wondering whether she loved him as much as she had loved Wilbur. Not so ardently, but more worthily, she concluded, for he seemed to her to fulfill her maturer ideal of strong and effective manhood, and to satisfy alike her self-respect and her physical fancy. A man of his type would not split hairs, but proceed straight toward the goal of his ambition without fainting or wavering. Why should she not satisfy her renewed craving to be yoked to a kindred spirit and companion who appreciated her true worth? "I cannot believe," he was saying, "that my words are a surprise to you. You can scarcely have failed to understand that I admired you extremely. I have delayed to utter my desire to make you my wife because I did not dare to cherish too fondly the hope that the love inspired in me could be reciprocated, and that you would consent to unite your life with mine and trust your happiness to my keeping. If I may say so, we are no boy and girl. We understand the solemn significance of marriage and what it imports and what it demands. Of late I have ventured to dream that the sympathy and ideas and identity of purpose which exist between us might be the trustworthy sign of a spiritual bond which we could not afford to ignore. I feel that without you the joy and power of my life will be incomplete. With you at my side I shall aspire to great things. You are to me the embodiment of what is charming and serviceable in a woman." Selma looked up. "I like you very much, Mr. Lyons. You in your turn must have realized, I think, as you say we are no boy and girl. You meant by that, too, that we both have been married before. I have had 2 husbands, and I did not believe that I could ever think of marriage again. I don't wish you to suppose that my last marriage was not happy. Mr. Littleton was an earnest, talented man and devoted to me. Yet I cannot deny that in spite of mutual love our married life was not a success as a contribution to accomplishment. That nearly broke my heart, and he died from lack of the physical and mental vigor which would have made so much difference. I am telling you this because I wish you to realize that if I should consent to comply with your wishes, it would be because I was convinced that true accomplishment, the highest accomplishment, would result from the union of our lives as a result of our riper experience. If I did not believe, Mr. Lyons, that man and woman, as we are, no longer boy and girl, a more perfect scheme of happiness, a grander conception of the meaning of life than either of us had entertained was before us, I would not consider your offer for one moment." "Yes, yes, I understand," Lyons exclaimed eagerly. "I share your belief implicitly. It was what I would have said only—" Despite his facility as an orator, Lyons left this sentence incomplete in face of the ticklish difficulty of explaining that he had refrained from suggesting such a hope to a widow who had lost her husband only 2 years before. Yet he hastened to bridge over this ellipsis by saying, "Without such a faith a union between us must fall short of its sweetest and grandest opportunities." "It would be a mockery. There would be no excuse for its existence," cried Selma impetuously. "I'm an idealist, Mr. Lyons," she said, clasping her hands. "I believe devotedly in the mission of power and love, but I believe that our conception of love changes as we grow. I welcomed love formerly as an intoxicating, delirious potion, and as such it was very sweet. You have just told me of your own feelings toward me, so it is your right to know that lately I have begun to realize that my association with you has brought peace into my life, peace and religious faith, essentials of happiness of which I have not known the blessing since I was a child. You have dedicated yourself to a lofty work. You have chosen the noble career of a statesman zealous to promote principle, and you ask me to share with you the labors and the privileges which will result from this dedication. If I accept your offer, It must be because I know that I love you in a sense I have not loved before. May the dead pardon me. If I accept you, it will be because I wish to perpetuate that faith in peace, and because I believe that our joint lives will realize worthy accomplishment." Selma looked into space with her rapt gaze, apparently engaged in an intense mental struggle. "And will you accept? You do feel that you can return my love? I cannot tell you how greatly I am stirred and stimulated by what you have said. It makes me feel that I could never be happy without you." Lyons put into his speech all his solemnity and all his emotional beneficence of temperament. He was genuinely moved. His first marriage had been a love match. His wife, a mere girl, had died within a year, so soon that the memory of her was a tender but hazy sentiment rather than a formulated impression of character. By virtue of this memory he had approached marriage again as one seeking a companion for his fireside and a comely, sensible woman to preside over his establishment and promote his social status, rather than one expecting to be possessed by or to inspire a dominant passion. Yet he, too, regarded himself distinctly as an idealist, and he had lent a greedy ear to Selma's suggestion that mature mutual sympathy and comradeship in establishing convictions and religious aims were the source of a nobler type of love than that associated with early matrimony. It increased his admiration for her, and gave to his courtship the touch of idealism which, partly owing to his own modesty, as a man no longer in the flush of youth, it had lacked. He nervously stroked his beard with his thick hand and gave himself up to the spell of this vision of blessedness, while he eagerly watched Selma's face and waited for her answer. To combine moral purpose and love in a pervasive alliance appealed to him magnetically as a religious man. Selma, as she faced Lyons, was conscious necessarily of the contrast between him and her late husband, but she was attuned to regard his coarsest physical fiber as masculine vigor and a protest against aristocratic delicacy, and to derive comfort and exaltation from it. "Mr. Lyons," she said, "I will tell you frankly that the circumstances of married life have hitherto hampered the expression of that which is in me, and confined the scope of my individuality within narrow and uncongenial limits. I'm not complaining. I have no intention to rake up the past, but it is proper you should know that I believe myself capable of larger undertakings than have yet been afforded me, and worthy of ampler recognition than I have yet received. If I accept you as a husband, it will be because I feel confident that you will give my life the opportunity to expand, and that you sympathize with my desire to express myself adequately and to labor hand in hand, side by side with you, in the important work of the world. That is what I would have you do, Selma, because you are worthy of it, and it is your right. On that understanding, it seems that we might be very happy." "I am certain of it. You fill my soul with gladness," he cried, and seizing her hand he pressed it to his lips and covered it with kisses. But she withdrew it, saying, "Not yet, not yet. This step represents so much to me. It means that if I am mistaken in you, my whole life will be ruined, for the next years should be my best. We must not be too hasty. There are many things to be thought of. I must consider Mr. Parsons. I cannot leave him immediately, if at all, for he is very dependent on me. I had thought of that. While Mr. Parsons lives, I realize that your first duty must be to him." The reverential gravity of his tone was in excess of the needs of the occasion, and Selma understood that he intended to imply that Mr. Parsons would not long need her care. The same thought was in her own mind, and it had occurred to her in the course of her previous cogitations in regard to Lyons that in the event of his death it would suit her admirably to continue to occupy the house as its real mistress. She looked grave for a moment in her turn. Then, with a sudden access of coyness, she murmured, "I do not believe that I am mistaken in you." "Ah!" he cried, and would have folded her in his arms, but she evaded his onset and said with her dramatic intonation, "The knights of old won their lady loves by brilliant deeds. If you are elected a member of Congress, you may come to claim me." Reflection served only to convince Selma of the wisdom of her decision to try matrimony once more. She argued that though a third marriage might theoretically seem repugnant if stated as a bald fact, the actual circumstances in her case not merely exonerated her from a lack of delicacy, but afforded an exhibition of progress, a gradual evolution in character. She felt light-hearted and triumphant at the thought of her impending new importance as the wife of a public man, and she interested herself exuberantly in the progress of the political campaign. She was pleased to think that her stipulation had given her lover a new spur to his ambition, and she was prepared to believe that his victory would be due to the exhaustive efforts to win which the cruel possibility of losing her obliged him to make. This was a campaign era of torchlight processions. The rival factions expressed their confidence and enthusiasm by parading at night in a series of battalions armed with torches, some resplendently flaring, some glittering gaily through colored glass, and bearing transparencies inscribed with trenchant sentiments. The houses of their adherents along the route were illuminated from attic to cellar with rows of candles, and the atmosphere wore a dusky glow of red and green fire. To Selma all this was entrancing. She reveled in it as an introduction to the more conspicuous life which she was about to lead. She showed herself a zealous and enthusiastic partisan, shrouding the house in the darkness of Erebus on the occasion when the rival procession passed the door, and imparting to every window the effect of a blaze of light on the following evening, the night before election, when the Democratic party made its final appeal to the voters. Standing on a balcony in evening dress, in company with Mrs. Earle and Miss Luella Bailey, whom she had invited to view the procession from the river drive, Selma looked down on the parade in an ecstatic mood. The torches, the music, the fireworks, and the enthusiasm set her pulses astir and brought her heart into her mouth in melting appreciation of the sanctity of her party cause and her own enviable destiny as the wife of an American congressman. She held in one hand a flag which she waved from time to time at the conspicuous features of the procession, and she stationed herself so that the Bengal lights and other fireworks set off by Mr. O'Lyon's cadets, the special body of youthful torch-bearers devoted to advertising the merits of her lover, for whose uniforms and accoutrements he had paid, came in sight. They proved to be the most flourishing-looking organization in line. They were preceded by a large, nattily-attired drum corps. Their ranks were full, their torches lustrous, and they bore a number of transparencies setting forth the predominant qualifications of the candidate for Congress from the 2nd District, the largest of which presented his portrait, superscribed with the sentiment, "A vote for James O. Lyons is a vote in support of the liberties of the plain people." On the opposite end of the canvas was the picture of the king of beasts, with open jaws and bristling mane, with the motto, "Our lions might well keep our institutions sacred." In the midst of this glittering escort the candidate himself rode in an open barouche on his way to the hall where he was to deliver a final speech. He was bowing to right and left, and constant cheers marked his progress along the avenue. Selma leaned forward from the balcony to obtain the earliest sight of her hero. The rolling applause was a new, intoxicating music in her ears, and filled her soul with transport. She clapped her hands vehemently, seized a Roman candle, and amid a blaze of fiery sparks exploded its colored stars in the direction of the approaching carriage. Then, with the flag slanted across her bosom, she stood waiting for his recognition. It was made solemnly, but with the unequivocal demonstration of a cavalier or knight of old, for Lyons stood up, and doffing his hat toward her, made a conspicuous salute. A salvo of applause suggested to Selma that the multitude had understood that he was according to her the homage due a lady love, and that their cheers were partly meant for her. She put her hand to her bosom with the gesture of a queen of melodrama, and culling one from a bunch of roses Lyon had sent her that afternoon, threw it from the balcony of the carriage. The flower fell almost into the lap of her lover, who clutched it, pressed it to his lips, and doffed his hat again. The episode had been visible to many, and a hoarse murmur of interested approval crowned the performance. The glance of the crowds on the sidewalk was turned upward, and someone proposed 3 cheers for the lady in the balcony. They were given. Selma bowed to either side in delighted acknowledgment, while the torches of the cadets waved tumultuously, and there was a fresh outburst of colored fireworks. "I can't keep the secret any longer," she exclaimed, turning to her 2 companions. "I'm engaged to be married to Mr. Lyons." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 23. Lyons was chosen to Congress by a liberal margin. The congressional delegation from his state was almost evenly divided between the 2 parties as the result of the election, and the majorities in every case were small. Consequently, the more complete victory of Lyons was a feather in his cap and materially enhanced his political standing. The sudden death of Mr. Parsons within a week of the election saved Selma's conscience from the strain of arranging a harmonious and equitable separation from him. She had felt that the enlargement of her sphere of life and the opportunity to serve her country which this marriage afforded were paramount to any other considerations. But she was duly conscious that Mr. Parsons would miss her sorely, and she was considering the feasibility of substituting Miss Bailey as his companion in her place, when fate supplied a different solution. Selma had pledged her friends to secrecy so that Mr. Parsons need know nothing until the plans for his happiness had been perfected, and he died in ignorance of the interesting matrimonial alliance which had been fostered under his roof. By the terms of his will, Selma was bequeathed the $20,000 he had promised her. She and Mr. Lyons, with a third person to be selected by them, were appointed trustees of the free hospital with which he had endowed Benham, and Mr. Lyons was nominated as the sole executor under the will. Selma's conception that her third betrothal was coincident with spiritual development, and that she had fought her way through hampering circumstances to a higher plane of experience, had taken firm hold of her imagination. She presently confessed to Lyons that she had not hitherto appreciated the full meaning of the dogma that marriage was a sacrament. She evinced a disposition to show herself with him at church gatherings, and to cultivate the acquaintance of his pastor. She felt that she had finally secured the opportunity to live the sober, simple life appropriate to those who believed in maintaining American principles and in eschewing luxurious and effete foreign innovations. The sort of life she had always meant to live, and from which she had been debarred. She had now not only opportunity, but a responsibility. As the bride of a congressman, it behooved her both to pursue virtue for its own sake and for the sake of example. It was incumbent on her to preserve and promote democratic conditions in signal opposition to so-called fashionable society, and at the same time to assert her own proper dignity and the dignity of her constituents by a suitable outward show. The last subtlety of reflection convinced Selma that they ought to occupy the house on the River Drive. Lyons himself expressed some doubts as to the advisability of this. He admitted that he could afford the expense, and that it was just such a residence as he desired, but he suggested that their motives might not be understood, and he questioned whether it were wise, with the State so close, to give his political enemies the chance to make unjust accusations. "Of course you ought to understand better about this than I," she said, "but I have the feeling, James, that your constituents will be disappointed if we don't show ourselves appreciative of the dignity of your position. We both agree that we should make Benham our home, and that it will be preferable if I visit Washington a month or two at a time during the session rather than for us to set up housekeeping there, and I can't help believing that the people will be better pleased if you, as their representative, make that home all which a beautiful home should be. They will be proud of it, and if they are, you needn't mind what a few fault finders say. I've been thinking it over, and it seems to me that we shall make a mistake to let this house go. It just suits us. I feel sure that in their hearts the American people like to have their public men live comfortably. This house is small compared to many in New York, and I flatter myself that we shall be able to satisfy everyone that we are rootedly opposed to unseemly extravagance of living." Lyons yielded readily to this argument. He had been accustomed to simple surroundings, but travel and the growth of Benham itself had demonstrated to him that the ways of the nation, in respect to material possessions and comforts, had undergone a marked change since his youth. He had been brought in contact with this new development in his capacity of adviser to the magnates of Benham, and he had fallen under the spell of improved creature comforts. Still, though he cast sheep's eyes at these fleshpots, he had felt chary, both as a worker for righteousness and an ardent champion of popular principles, of countenancing them openly. Yet his original impulse toward marriage had been a desire to secure an establishment, and now that this result was at hand, he found himself ambitious to put his household on a braver footing, provided this would do injury neither to his moral scruples nor to his political sincerity. The problem was but another phase of that presented to him by his evolution from a jury lawyer, whose hand and voice were against corporations, to the status of a richly paid chamber adviser to railroads and banking houses. He was exactly in the frame of mind to grasp at the euphemism offered by Selma. He was not one to be convinced without a reason, but his mind eagerly welcomed a suggestion which justified on a moral ground the proceeding to which they were both inclined. The idea that the people would prefer to see him as their representative living in a style consistent with the changes in manner and customs introduced by national prosperity, affording thereby an example of correct and elevating stewardship of reasonable wealth, by way of contrast to vapid society doings, came to him as an illumination which dissipated his doubts. The wedding took place about 3 months after the death of Mr. Parsons. In her renovated outlook regarding matrimony, Selma included formal preparations for and some pomp of circumstances at the ceremony. It suited her pious mood that she was not required again to be married offhand, and that she could plight her troth in a decorous fashion, suitably attired and amid conventional surroundings. Her dress was a subject of considerable contemplation. She guided her lover's generosity until it centered on a diamond spray for her hair and 2 rings set with handsome precious stones. She did not discourage Miss Luella Bailey from heralding the approaching nuptials in the press. She became Mrs. Lyons in a conspicuous and solemn fashion before the gaze of everybody in Benham whom there was any excuse for asking to the church. After a collation at the Parsons house, the happy pair started on their honeymoon in a special car put at their service by one of the railroads, for which the bridegroom was counsel. This feature delighted Selma. Indeed, everything from the complimentary embrace of her husband's pastor to the details of her dress and wedding presents, described with elaborate goodwill in the evening newspapers, appeared to her gratifying and appropriate. They were absent 6 weeks, during which the Parsons house was to be redecorated and embellished within and without according to instructions given by Selma before her departure. Their trip extended to California by way of the Yosemite. Selma had never seen the wonders of the far western scenery, and this appropriate background for their sentiment also afforded Lyons the opportunity to inspect certain railroad lines in which he was financially interested. The atmosphere of this gorgeous snow-clad peaks and impressive chasms served to heighten still further the intensity of Selma's frame of mind. She managed adroitly on several occasions to let people know who they were, and it pleased her to observe the conductor indicating to passengers in the common cars that they were Congressman Lyons and his wife on their honeymoon. She was looking forward to Washington, and as she stood in the presence of the inspiring beauties of nature, she was prone to draw herself up in rehearsal of the dignity which she expected to wear. What were these mountains and canyons but physical counterparts of the human soul? What but correlative representatives of grand ideas, of noble lives devoted to the cause of human liberty? She felt that she was very happy, and she bore testimony to this by walking arm in arm with her husband, leaning against his firm, stalwart shoulder. It seemed to her desirable that the public should know that they were a happy couple and defenders of the purity of the home. On their way back, the train was delayed on Washington's birthday for several hours by a washout, and presently a deputation made up of passengers and townspeople waited on Lyons and invited him to deliver an open-air address. He and Selma, when the committee arrived, were just about to explore the neighborhood, and Lyons, though ordinarily he would have been glad of such an opportunity, looked at his wife with an expression which suggested that he would just prefer a walk with her. The eyes of the committee followed his, appreciating that he had thrown the responsibility of a decision on his bride. Selma was equal to the occasion. "Of course he will address you," she exclaimed. "What more suitable place could there be for offering homage to the father of our country than this majestic prairie?" she added proudly. "And I am glad you should have the opportunity to hear my husband speak." Some letters requiring attention were forwarded to Lyons at one of the cities where they stopped. As they lay on his dressing table, Selma caught sight of the return address, Williams and Van Horn, printed on the uppermost envelope. The reminder aroused a host of associations. Flossy had not been much in her thoughts lately, yet she had not failed to plume herself occasionally with the reflection that she could afford now to snap her fingers at her. She had wondered more than once what Flossy would think when she heard that she was the wife of a representative. "Do you know these people personally?" she inquired, holding up the envelope. "Yes, they are my financial representatives in New York. I have considerable dealings with them." Selma had not up to this time concerned herself as to the details of her husband's affairs. He had made clear to her that his income from his profession was large, and she knew that he was interested in a variety of enterprises. That they should have connections with a firm of New York brokers was one more proof of his common sense and capacity to take advantage of opportunities. Mr. Littleton used to buy stocks through Williams and Van Horn. Only a few. He was not very clever at it, and failed to make the most of the chances given him to succeed in that way. We knew the Williamses at one time very well. They lived in the same block with us for several years after they were married. Williams is a capable, driving sort of fellow. Bold, on the whole sagacious, I think, answered Lyons, with demure urbanity. It was rather a shock to him that his wife should learn that he had dealings in the stock market. He feared lest it might seem to her inconsistent with his other propensities, his religious convictions, and his abhorrence of corporate rapacity. He preferred to keep such transactions private for fear they should be misunderstood. At heart he did not altogether approve of them himself. They were a part of his evolution, and had developed by degrees until they had become now so interwoven with his whole financial outlook that he could not escape from them at the moment if he would. Indeed, some of them were giving him anxiety. He had supposed that the letter in question contained a receipt for a remittance to cover depreciation in his account. Instead, he had read with some annoyance a confidential request from Williams that he would work for a certain bill, which, in his capacity as a foe of monopoly, he had hoped to be able to oppose. It offended his conscience to think that he might be obliged secretly to befriend a measure against which his vote must be cast. As has been intimated, he would have preferred that his business affairs should remain concealed from his wife. Yet her remarks were unexpectedly and agreeably reassuring. They served to furnish a fresh indication on her part of intelligent sympathies with the perplexities which beset the path of an ambitious public man. They suggested a subtle appreciation of the reasonableness of his behavior, notwithstanding its apparent failure to tally with his outward professions. Selma's reply interrupted this rhapsody. I ought to tell you, I suppose, that I quarreled with Mrs. Williams before I left New York. Or rather, she quarreled with me. She insulted me in my own house, and I was obliged to order her to leave it. Quarreled? That's a pity. An open break? Open breaks in friendships are always unfortunate. Lyons looked grieved and fingered his beard meditatively. I appreciate, said Selma frankly, that our falling out will be an inconvenience in case we should meet in Washington or elsewhere, since you and Mr. Williams have business interests in common. Of course, James, I wish to help you in every way I can. I might as well tell you about it. I think she was jealous of me and fancied I was trying to cut her out socially. At all events, she insinuated that I was not a lady, because I would not lower my standards to hers and adopt the frivolous habits of her little set. But I have not forgotten, James, your suggestion that people in public life can accomplish more if they avoid showing resentment and strive for harmony. I shall be ready to forget the past if Mrs. Williams will, for my position as your wife puts me beyond the reach of her criticism. She's a lively little thing in her way, and her husband seems to understand about investments and how to get ahead. They went direct to Washington without stopping at Benham. It was understood the new session of Congress was to be very short, and they were glad of an opportunity to present themselves in an official capacity at the Capitol as a conclusion to their honeymoon before settling down at home. Selma found a letter from Miss Bailey containing the news that Pauline Littleton had accepted the presidency of Wetmore College, the buildings of which were now practically completed. Selma gasped as she read this. She had long ago decided that her sister-in-law's studies were unpracticable, and that Pauline was doomed to teach small classes all her days, a task for which she was doubtless well fitted. She resented the selection, for, in her opinion, Pauline lacked the imaginative talent of Wilbur, and yet shared his subjective, unenthusiastic ways. More than once it had occurred to her that the presidency of Wetmore was the place of all others for which she herself was fitted. Indeed, until Lyons had offered himself, she had cherished in her inner consciousness the hope that the course of events might demonstrate that she was the proper person to direct the energies of this new medium for the higher education of women. It irritated her to think that an institution founded by Benham philanthropy, and which would be a vital influence in the development of Benham womanhood, should be under the control of one who was hostile to American theories and methods. Selma felt so strongly on the subject that she thought of airing her objections in a letter to Mr. Flagg, the donor. she was concluded to suspend her strictures until her return to Benham. She sent, however, to Miss Bailey, who was now regularly attached to one of the Benham newspapers, notes for an article which should deplore the choice by the trustees of one who was unfamiliar and presumably out of sympathy with Benham thought and impulse. Selma's emotions on her arrival in Washington were very different from those which she had experienced in New York as the pride of Littleton. Then she had been unprepared for, dazed, and offended by what she saw. Now, though she mentally assumed that the Capitol was the parade ground of American ideas and principles, she felt not merely no surprise at the august appearance of the wide avenues, but she was eagerly on the lookout, as they drove from the station to the hotel, for signs of social development. The aphorism which she had supplied to her husband, that the American people prefer to have their representatives live comfortably, dwelt in her thoughts and was a solace to her. Despite her New York experience, she had the impression that the doors of every house in Washington would fly open at her approach as the wife of a congressman. She did not formulate her anticipations as to her reception, but she entertained a general expectation that their presence would be acknowledged as public officials in a notable way. She dressed herself on the morning after their arrival at the hotel with some showiness, so as to be prepared for flattering emergencies. She had said a little to her husband on the subject, for she had already discovered that though he was ambitious that they should appear well, he was disposed to leave the management of social concerns to her. His information had been limited to bidding her come prepared for the reception to be given at the White House at the reassembling of Congress. Selma had brought her wedding dress for this, and was looking forward to it as a gala occasion. The hotel was very crowded, and Selma became aware that many of the guests were the wives and daughters of other congressmen who seemed to be in the same predicament as herself, that is, without anyone to speak to, and waiting in their best clothes for something to happen. Lyons knew a few of them, and was making acquaintances in the corridors, with some of whom he exchanged an introduction of wives. As she successively met these other women, Selma perceived that no one of them was better dressed than herself, and she reflected with pleasure that they would doubtless be available allies in her crusade against frivolity and exclusiveness. Presently she set out with her husband to survey the sights of the city. Naturally, their first visit was to the Capitol, in the presence of which Selma clutched his arms in the pride of her patriotism and of her pleasure that he was to be one of the makers of history within its splendid precincts. The sight of the stately houses of Congress, superbly dominated by their imposing dome, made them both walk proudly, lost, save for occasional vivid phrases of admiration, in the contemplation of their own possible future. What greater earthly prize for man than political distinction among a people capable of monuments like this? What grander arena for a woman eager to demonstrate truth and promote righteousness? There was, of course, too much to see for any one visit. They went up to the gallery of the House of Representatives and looked down on the theater of Lyons's impending nativities. He was able to take his seat on the day after the morrow as one of the minority party, but a strong, vigorous minority. Selma pictured him standing in the aisle and uttering ringing words of denunciation against corporate monopolies and the money power. "I shall come up here and listen to you often. I shall be able to tell if you speak loud enough so that the public can hear you," she said, glancing at the line of galleries, which she saw in her mind's eye crowded with spectators. "You must make a long speech very soon." "That is very unlikely indeed. They tell me a new member rarely gets a chance to be heard," answered Lyons. "But they will hear you. You have something to say." Lyons squeezed her hand. Her words nourished the same hope in his breast. "I shall take advantage of every opportunity to obtain recognition and to give utterance to my opinions." "Oh, yes, I shall expect you to speak. I'm counting on that." On their way down they scanned with interest the statues and portraits of distinguished statesmen and heroes, and the representation of famous episodes in American history with which the walls of the landings and the rotunda are lined. "Some day you will be here," said Selma. "I wonder who will paint you or make your bust. I have often thought," she added wistfully, "that if I had given my mind to it, I could have modeled well in clay. Some day I'll try. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, to have you here in marble with the inscription underneath, 'Best of the Honorable James O. Lyons, sculptured by his wife.'" Lyons laughed, but he was pleased. "You are making rapid strides, my dear. I am sure of one thing. If my bust or portrait ever is here, I shall owe my success largely to your devotion and good sense. I felt certain of it before, but our honeymoon has proved to me that we were meant for one another." "Yes, I think we were, and I like to hear you say that I have good sense. That is what I pride myself on as a wife." On their return to the hotel, Selma was annoyed to find that no one but a member of her husband's congressional delegation had called. She had hoped to find that their presence in Washington was known and appreciated. It seemed to her, moreover, that they were not treated at the hotel with the deference she had supposed would be accorded to them. To be sure, equality was of the essence of the American doctrine. Nevertheless, she had anticipated that the official representatives of the people would be made much of, and distinguished from the rest of the world, if not by direct attention, by being pointed out and looked at admiringly. Still, as Lyons showed no signs of disappointment, she forbore to express her own perplexity, which was temporarily relieved by an invitation from him to drive. The atmosphere was mild enough for an open carriage, and Selma's appetite for processional effect derived some crumbs of comfort from the process of showing herself in a barouche by the side of her husband. They proceeded in an opposite direction from the Capitol, and after surveying the outside of the White House, drove along the avenues and circles occupied by private residences. Selma noticed that these houses, though attractive, were less magnificent and conspicuous than many of those in New York, more like her own in Benham, and she pictured as their occupants the families of the public men of the country, a society of their wives and daughters, living worthily, energetically, and with becoming stateliness, yet at the same time rebuking by their example frivolity and rampant luxury. She observed with satisfaction the passage of a number of private carriages, and that their occupants were stylishly clad. She reflected that, as the wife of a congressman, her place was among them, and she was glad that they recognized the claims of social development as far as to dress well and live in comfort. Before starting, she had herself fasten a bunch of red roses at her waist as a contribution to her picturesqueness as a public woman. While she was thus absorbed in speculation, not altogether free from worrying suspicions, in spite of her mental vision as to the occupants of these private residences, she uttered an ejaculation of surprise at a jaunty victoria which passed them by, and she turned her head in an eager attempt to ascertain if her surprise and annoyance were well founded. The other vehicle was moving rapidly, but a similar curiosity impelled one of its occupants to look back also, and the eyes of the two women met. "It's she! I thought it was." "Who, my dear?" said Lyons. "Flossy Williams, Mrs. Gregory Williams. I wonder," she added in a severe tone, "what she's doing here, and how she happens to be associating with these people. That was a private carriage." "Williams has a number of friends in Washington, I imagine. I thought it likely that he would be here. That was another proof of your good sense, Selma, deciding to let bygones be bygones and to ignore your disagreement with his wife." "Yes, I know. I shall treat her civilly. But my heart will be broken, James, if I find that Washington is like New York." "In what respect?" "If I find that the people in these houses lead exclusive, un-American, godless lives, it would tempt me almost to despair of our country," she exclaimed with tragic emphasis. "I don't understand about social matters, Selma. I must leave those to you. But," he added, showing that he shrewdly realized the cause of her anguish better than she did herself, "as soon as we get better acquainted, I'm sure you will find that we shall get ahead, and that you will be able to hold your own with anybody, however exclusive." Selma colored at the unflattering simplicity of his deduction. "I don't desire to hold my own with people like that sort. I despise them." "I know. Hold your own, I mean among people of the right sort, by force of sound ideas and principles. The men and women of to-day," he continued with melodious asseveration, "are the grandchildren of those who built the splendid halls we visited this morning as a monument to our nation's love of truth and righteousness. A few frivolous, worldly-minded spirits are not the people of the United States to whom we look for our encouragement and support." "Assuredly," answered Selma with eagerness. "It is difficult, though, not to get discouraged at times by the behavior of those who ought to aid instead of hinder our progress as a nation." For a moment she was silent in rapt meditation. Then she asked, "Didn't you expect that more notice would be taken of our arrival?" "In what way?" "In some way befitting a member of Congress." Lyons laughed. "My dear Selma, I am one new congressman. among several hundred. What did you expect? That the President and his wife would come and take us to drive? Of course not. She paused for a moment, and then she said, I suppose that, as you are not on the side of the administration, we cannot expect much notice to be taken of us until you speak in the House. I will try not to be too ambitious for you, James, but it would be easier to be patient, she concluded with her faraway look, if I were not beginning to fear that this city also may be contaminated just as New York is. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 24. The incidents of the next 2 days previous to her attendance at the evening reception at the White House restored Selma's equanimity. She had the satisfaction of being present at the opening ceremonies of the House of Representatives, and of beholding her husband take the oath of office. She was proud of Lyons as she looked down on him from the gallery, standing in the aisle by his allotted seat. She was holding an improvised reception, for a number of his colleagues showed themselves desirous to make his acquaintance. She noticed that he appeared already on familiar terms with some of his fellow members, that he drew men or was drawn aside for whispered confidences, that he joked knowingly with others, and that always as he chatted his large, round, smooth face, relieved by its chin beard, wore an aspect of bland dignity and shrewd reserved wisdom. It pleased her to be assisting at the dedication of a fresh page of national history, a page yet unwritten, but on which she hoped that her own name would be inscribed sooner or later by those who should seek to trace the complete causes of her husband's usefulness and genius. Another source of satisfaction was the visit paid them the day before at the hotel by one of the United States Senators from their own state, Mr. Calkins. The two parties in their own state were so evenly divided that one of the senators in office happened to be a Republican and his colleague a Democrat. Mr. Calkins belonged to her husband's party, yet he suggested that they might enjoy a private audience with the President, with whom, notwithstanding political differences of opinion, Mr. Calkins was on friendly terms. This was the sort of thing which Selma aspired to, and the experience did much to lighten her heart. She enjoyed the distinction of seeing guarded doors open at their approach, and of finding herself shaking hands with the chief magistrate of the nation at a special interview. The President was very affable, and was manifestly aware of Lyons's triumph at the expense of his own party, and of his consequent political importance. He treated the matter banteringly, and Selma was pleased at her ability to enter into the spirit of his persiflage and to reciprocate. In her opinion, solemnity would have been more consistent with his position as the official representative of the people of the United States, and his jocose manifestations at a time when serious conversation seemed to be in order was a disappointment, and tended to confirm her previous distrust of him as the leader of the opposite party. She had hoped he would broach some vital topics of political interest, so that she would have the opportunity to give expression to her own views in regard to public questions. Nevertheless, as the President saw fit to be humorous, she was glad that she understood how to meet and answer his bantering sallies. She felt sure that Lyons, were he ever to occupy this dignified office, would refrain from ill-timed levity. But she bore in mind also the policy of conciliation which she had learned from her husband, and concealed her true impressions. She noticed that both Lyons and Mr. Calkins forbore to show dissatisfaction, and she reflected that though the President's tone was light, there was nothing else in his appearance or bearing to convict him of sympathy with lack of enthusiasm and with cynicism. It would have destroyed all the enjoyment of her interview had she been forced to conclude that a man who did not take himself seriously and his duties seriously could be elected President of the United States. She was not willing to believe this, but her suspicions were so far aroused that she congratulated herself that her political opponents were responsible for his election. Nevertheless, she was delighted by the distinction of the private audience, and by the episode at its close, which gave her opportunity to show her individuality. Said the President gallantly as she was taking leave, "Will you permit me to congratulate Congressman Lyons on his good fortune in the affairs of the heart as well as the Republic?" "If you say things like that, Mr. President," interjected Lyons, "you will turn her head. She will become a Republican, and then where should I be?" While she perceived that the President was still inclined to levity, the compliment pleased Selma. Yet, though she appreciated that her husband was merely humoring him by his reply, She did not like the suggestion that any flattery could affect her principles. She shook her head coquettishly and said, "James, I'm sure the President thinks too well of American women to believe that any admiration, however gratifying, would make me lukewarm in devotion to my party." This speech appeared to her apposite and called for, and she departed in high spirits, which were illuminated by the thought that the administration was not wholly to be trusted. On the following evening Selma went to the reception at the White House. The process of arrival was trying to her patience, for they were obliged to await their turn in the long file of carriages. She could not but disapprove of the democratic character of the entertainment, which anyone who desired to behold and shake hands with the Chief Magistrate was free to attend. Still, it again crossed her mind that, as an official's wife, she ought to have been given precedence. Their turn to alight came at last, and they took their places in the procession of visitors on its way through the East Room to the spot where the President and his wife, assisted by some of the ladies of the Cabinet, were submitting to the ordeal of receiving the nation. There was a veritable crush in which there was every variety of evening toilette, a display essentially in keeping with the doctrines which Selma felt that she stood for. She took occasion to rejoice in Lyons's ear at the realization of her anticipations in this respect. At the same time she was agreeably stimulated by the belief that her wedding dress was sumptuous and stylish, and her appearance striking. Her head had been dressed as elaborately as possible. She wore all her jewelry, and she carried a bouquet of costly roses. Her wish was to regard the function as the height of social demonstration, and she had spared no pains to make herself effective. She had esteemed it her duty to do so both as a Congressman's wife and as a champion of moral and democratic ideas. The crowd was oppressive, and 3 times the train of her dress was stepped on, to her discomfiture. Amid the sea of faces she recognized a few of the people she had seen at the hotel. It struck her that no one of the women was dressed so elegantly as herself, an observation which cheered her, and yet was not without its thorn. But the music, the lights, and the variegated movement of the scene kept her senses absorbed and interfered with introspection, until at last they were close to the receiving party. Selma fixed her eyes on the President, expecting recognition. Like her husband, the President possessed a gift of faces and the faculty of rallying all his energies to the important task of remembering who people were. An usher asked and announced the names, but the Chief Magistrate's perceptions were kept hard at work. His "How do you do, Congressman Lyons? I'm very glad to see you here, Mrs. Lyons," were uttered with a smiling spontaneity, which to his own soul meant a momentary agreeable relaxation of the nerves of memory, resembling the easy flourish with which a gymnast engaged in lifting heavy weights encounters a wooden dumbbell. But though his eyes and voice were flattering, Selma had barely completed the little bob of courtesy which accompanied her act of shaking hands when she discovered that the machinery of the national custom was not to halt on their account, and that she must proceed without being able to renew the half-flirtatious interview of the previous day. She proceeded to courtesy to the President's wife and to the row of wives of members of the Congress who were assisting. Before she could adequately observe them, she found herself beyond and a part once more of a heterogeneous crush, the current of which she aimlessly followed on her husband's arm. She was suspicious of the device of curtsying. Why had not the President's wife and the Cabinet ladies shaken hands with her and given her an opportunity to make their acquaintance? Could it be that the administration was aping foreign manners and adopting effete and aristocratic usages? "What do we do now?" she asked of Lyons as they drifted along. "Well, I'd like to find Horace Elton and introduce him to you. I caught a glimpse of him further on just before we reached the President. Horace knows all the ropes and can tell us who everybody is." Selma had heard her husband refer to Horace Elton on several occasions in terms of respectful and somewhat mysterious consideration. She had gathered in a general way that he was a far-reaching and formidable power in matters political and financial, besides being the president and active organizer of the energetic corporation known as the Consumers' Gas Light Company of their own state. As they proceeded, she kept her eyes on the alert for a man described by Lyons as short, heavy-built, and neat-looking, with small side whiskers and a closed-mouthed expression. When they were not far from the door of exit from the East Room, someone on the edge of the procession accosted her husband, who drew her after him in that direction. Selma found herself in a sort of eddy, occupied by half a dozen people engaged in observing the passing show, and in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Gregory Williams. It was Mr. Williams who had diverted them. He now renewed his acquaintance with her, exclaiming, "My wife insisted that she had met you driving with someone she believed to be your husband. I had heard that Congressman Lyons was on his bridal tour, and now everything is clear. Flossy, you are right as usual, and it seems that our hearty congratulations are in order to two old friends." William spoke with his customary contagious confidence. Selma noted that he was stouter and that his hair was becoming streaked with gray. Had not her attention been on the lookout for his wife, she might have noticed that his eye wore a restless, strained expression, despite his august banker's manner and showy gallantry. She did observe that the moment he made way for Flossy, he turned to Lyons and began to talk to him in a subdued tone under the guise of watching the procession. The two women confronted each other with spontaneous forgetfulness of the past. There was a shade of haughtiness in Selma's greeting. She was prepared to respect her husband's policy and to ignore the circumstances under which they had parted. But she wished Flossy to understand that this was an act of condescension on her part as a congressman's wife, whose important social status was beyond question. She was so thoroughly imbued with this sense of her indisputable superiority that she readily mistook Flossy's affability for fawning, whereas that young woman's ingenuous friendliness was the result of a warning sentence from Gregory when Selma and her husband were seen approaching. "Keep a check on your tongue, Floss. This statesman with a beard like a goat is likely to have a political future." "I felt sure it was you the other day," Flossy said, with smiling sprightliness, "but I had not heard of your marriage to Mr. Lyons." "We were married at Benham 6 weeks ago. We are to live in Benham. We have bought the house there which belonged to Mr. Parsons. We have just returned from visiting the superb scenery of the Yosemite and the Rocky Mountains, and it made me prouder than ever of my country. If Congressman Lyons had not been obliged to be present at the opening of Congress, we should have spent our honeymoon in Europe. Gregory and I passed last summer abroad yachting. We crossed on a steamer and had our yacht meet us there. Isn't it a jam tonight?" "There seem to be a great many people. I suppose you came on from New York on purpose for this reception?" "Mercy, no. We're staying with friends, and we hadn't intended to come tonight, but we had been dining out and were dressed, so we thought we'd drop in and show our patriotism. It's destruction to clothes, and I'm glad I haven't worn my best." Selma perceived Flossy's eye making a note of her own elaborate costume, and the disagreeable suspicion that she was overdressed reasserted itself. She had already observed that Mrs. Williams's toilette, though stylish, was comparatively simple. How could one be overdressed on such an occasion? What more suitable time for an American woman to wear her choicest apparel than when paying her respects to the President of the United States? She noticed that Flossy seemed unduly at her ease, as though the importance of the ceremony was lost on her, and that the group of people with whom Flossy had been talking, and who stood a little apart, were obviously indulging in quiet mirth at the expense of some of those in the procession. "Are the friends with whom you are staying connected with the government?" Selma asked airily. "Official people? Goodness, no. But I can point out to you everybody who is, for we have been in Washington frequently during the last 3 sessions. Gregory has to run over here on business every now and then, and I almost always come with him. Tonight is the opportunity to see the queer people in all their glory, the woolly curiosities, as Gregory calls them, and a sprinkling of the real celebrities, too," she added. Selma's inquiry had been put with a view to satisfy herself that Flossy's friends were mere civilians, but she was glad of an opportunity to be enlightened as to the names of her fellow officials, though she resented Flossy's flippant tone regarding the character of the entertainment. While she listened to the breezy, running commentary by which Flossy proceeded to identify for her benefit the conspicuous figures in the procession, she nursed her offended sensibilities. "I should suppose," she said, taking advantage of a pause, "that on such an occasion as this everybody worth knowing would be present." Flossy gave Selma one of her quick glances. She had not forgotten the past, nor her discovery of the late Mrs. Littleton's real grievance against her and the world, nor did she consider that her husband's caveat debarred her from the amusement of worrying the wife of the Honorable James O. Lyons, provided it could be done by means of the truth ingenuously uttered. She said with a confident smile, "The important and interesting political people have other opportunities to meet one another at dinner parties and less promiscuous entertainments than this, and the Washington people have other opportunities to meet them. Of course the President is a dear, and everyone makes a point of attending a public reception once in a while, but this sort of thing isn't exactly an edifying society event. For instance, notice the woman in the pomegranate velvet with 2 diamond sprays in her hair. That's the wife of Senator Coleman. His child wife, so they call her. She came to Washington 6 years ago as the wife of a member of the House from one of the wild and woolly states, and was notoriously then in the hotel corridors on account of her ringlety raven hair and the profusion of rings she wore. She used to make eyes at the hotel guests and romp with her husband's friends in the hotel parlors, which was the theater of her social activities. Her husband died, and a year ago she married old Senator Coleman, old enough to be her grandfather, and one of the very rich and influential men in the Senate. Now she has developed social ambition and is anxious to entertain. They have hired a large house for the winter and are building a larger one. As Mrs. Polson, that was her first husband's name, she was invited nowhere except to wholesale official functions like this. The wife of a United States Senator with plenty of money can generally attract a following. She is somebody, and it happens that people are amused by Mrs. Coleman's eccentricities. She still overdresses and makes eyes, and she nudges those who sit next to her at the table, but she is good-natured, says whatever comes into her head, and has a strong sense of humor. So she is getting on. Getting on among society people? Asked Selma dryly. Flossy's eyes twinkled. Society people is the generic name used for them in the newspapers. I mean that she is making friends among the women who live in the quarter where I passed you the other day. Selma frowned. It is not necessary, I imagine, to make friends of that class in order to have influence in Washington, the best kind of influence. I can readily believe that people of that sort would interest most of our public women very little. Very likely. I don't think you quite understand me, Mrs. Lyons, or we are talking at cross purposes. What I was trying to make clear is that political and social prominence in Washington are by no means synonymous. Of course, everyone connected with the government who desires to frequent Washington society and is socially available is received with open arms. But if people are not socially available, it by no means follows that they are able to command social recognition merely because they hold public office, except perhaps in the case of the wives of the cabinet, of the justices of the Supreme Court, or of rich and influential senators, where a woman is absolutely bent on success and takes pains. I refer particularly to the wives, because a single man, if he is reasonably presentable and ambitious, can go about more or less, even if he is a little rough, for men are apt to be scarce. But the line is drawn on the women unless they are, like, say, really important and have to be tolerated for official reasons. Now, every woman who is not persona grata, as the diplomats say, anywhere else, is apt to attend the president's reception in all her finery. And that's why I suggested that this sort of thing isn't exactly an edifying social event. It's amusing to come here now and then, just as it's amusing to go to a menagerie. You see what I mean, don't you? Flossie asked, plying her feathery fan with blithe nonchalance and looking into her companion's face with an innocent air. I understand perfectly. And who are these people who draw the line? It sometimes happens, continued Flossie abstractedly, without appearing to hear this inquiry, that they improve after they've been in Washington a few years. Take Mrs. Baker, the Secretary of the Interior's wife, receiving tonight. When her husband came to Washington 3 years ago, she had the social adaptability of a solemn horse. But she persevered and learned, and now as a cabinet lady she unbends and is no longer afraid of compromising her dignity by wearing becoming clothes and smiling occasionally. But you are asking who the people are who draw the line. The nice people here, just as everywhere else, people who have been well educated and have fine sensibilities, and who believe in modesty and unselfishness and thorough ways of doing things. You must know the sort of people I mean. Some of them make too much of mere manners, but as a class they are able to draw the line because they draw it in favor of distinction of character as opposed to, what should I call it, haphazard, custom-made ethics and social deportment. Flossie spoke with the artless prattle of one seeking to make herself agreeable to a newcomer by explaining the existing order of things. She had chosen her words as she proceeded with special reference to her listener's case. There was nothing in her manner to suggest that she was trifling with the feelings of the wife of Honorable James O. Lyons, but to Selma's sensitive ear there was no doubt that the impertinent and unpatriotic tirade had been deliberately aimed at her. The closing words had a disagreeably familiar sound. Save that they fell from seemingly friendly lips, they recalled the ban which Flossie had hurled at her at the close of their last meeting, the ban which had decided her to declare unwavering hostility against social exclusiveness. Its veiled reiteration now made her nerves tingle, but the public affront stirred her less than the conclusion which the whole of Flossie's commentary suggested, that Washington, the hearthstone of American ideals, was contaminated also. Flossie had given her to understand that the houses which she had assumed to be occupied by members of the government were chiefly the residences of people resembling in character those whom she had disapproved of in New York. Flossie has intimated that unless a woman were hand in glove with these people and ready to lower herself to their standards, she must be the wife of a rich senator to be tolerated. Flossie had virtually told her that a congressman's wife was nobody. Could this be true? The bitterest part of all that was that it was evident Flossy spoke with the assurance of one uttering familiar truths. Selma felt affronted and bitterly disappointed, but she chose to meet Mrs. Williams' innocent affability with composure, to let her see that she disagreed with her, but not to reveal her personal irritation. She must consider Lyons, whose swift political promotion was necessary for her plans. It was important that he should become rich, and if his relations with the firm of Williams and Van Horn tended to that end, no personal grievance of her own should disturb them. Even Flossy had conceded that the wives of the highest officials could not be ignored. "I fear that we look at these matters from too different a standpoint to discuss them further," she responded with an effort at smiling ease. "Evidently you do not appreciate that to the majority of the strong women of the country whose husbands have been sent to Washington as members of the government, social interests seem trivial compared with the great public questions they are required to consider. These women doubtless feel little inclination for fashionable and or frivolous festivities, and find an occasion like this better suited to their conception of social dignity." A reply by Flossy to this speech was prevented by the interruption of Lyons, who brought up Mr. Horace Elton for introduction to his wife. Selma knew him at once from his likeness to the description which her husband had given. He was portly and thick-set, with a large neck, a strong, unemotional, high-colored face, and closely shaven, small-side whiskers. He made her a low bow, and after a few moments of conversation, in the course of which he let fall a complimentary allusion to her husband's oratorical abilities, and gave her to understand that he considered Lyons's marriage as a wise and enviable proceeding, he invited her to promenade the room on his arm. Mr. Elton had a low but clear and dispassionate voice, and a concise utterance. His remarks gave the impression that he could impart more on any subject if he chose, and that what he said proceeded from a reserved fund of special secret knowledge, a little of which he was willing to confide to his listener. He enlightened Selma in a few words as to a variety of the people present, accompanying his identification with a phrase or two of comprehensive personal detail, which had the savor of being unknown to the world at large. "The lady we just passed, Mrs. Lyons, is the wife of the junior senator from Nevada. Her husband fell in love with her on the stage of a mining town theatrical troupe. That tall man with the profuse wavy hair and prominent nose, that's Congressman Ross of Colorado, the owner of one of the largest cattle ranches in the far West. It is said that he has never smoked, never tasted a glass of liquor, and never gambled in his life." In the course of these remarks Mr. Elton simply stated his interesting facts without comment. He avoided censorious or satirical allusions to the people to whom he called Selma's attention. On the contrary, his observations suggested sympathetically that he desired to point out to her the interesting personalities of the capital, and that he regarded the entertainment as an occasion to behold the strong men and women of the country in their lustre and dignity. As they passed a lady in pomegranate velvet, Selma said in her turn, "That is Mrs. Coleman, I believe, Senator Coleman's child wife." She added what was in her thoughts. "I understand that the society people here have taken her up." "Yes, she has become a conspicuous figure in Washington. I remember her, Mr. Lyons, when she was Addie Farr, before she married Congressman Polson of Kentucky. She was a dashing-looking girl in those days, with her black eyes and black ringlets. I remember she had a coltish way of tossing her head. The story is that when she accepted Polson, another Kentuckian, a young planter who was in love with her, drank laudanum. Now, as you say, she is being taken up socially, and her husband, the senator, is very proud of her success. After all, if a woman is ambitious and has tact, what can she ask better than to be the wife of a United States senator?" He paused a moment, then, with a gallant sidelong glance at his companion, resumed in a concise whisper which had the effect of a disclosure. "Prophecies, especially political prophecies, are dangerous affairs, but it seems to me not improbable that before many years have passed the wife of Senator Lyons will be equally prominent, be as conspicuous socially as the wife of Senator Coleman." Selma blushed, but not wholly with pleasure. Socially conspicuous before many years? The splendid prophecy, which went beyond the limit of Horace Elton's usual caution, for he combined the faculty of habitual discretion with his chatty proclivities, was deemed for Selma by the rasping imitation that she was not conspicuous yet. Worse still, his statement shattered the hope which Flossy's fluent assertions had already disturbed, that she was to find in Washington a company of congenial spirits, who would appreciate her at her full value forthwith, and would join with her and under her leadership in resisting the encroachments of women of the stamp of Mrs. Williams. "I am very ambitious for my husband, Mr. Elton, and of course I do hope one day that he will become senator. What you said just now as to the power of his voice to arouse the moral enthusiasm of the people seems to be impressively true. I should be glad to be a senator's wife, for I wish to help him. I wish to demonstrate the truth of the principles to which both our lives are dedicated. But I hope that I might help him now, that my mission might be clear at once. It seems, according to you, that a congressman's wife is not of much importance, that her hands are tied. Practically so, unless she has unusual social facility and the right sort of acquaintances. Beauty, wealth, and ambition are valuable aids, but I am always sorry for women who come here without friends and the right sort of introduction. At any rate, to answer your question frankly, a congressman's wife has her spurs to win, just as he has. If you were to set up housekeeping here, Mrs. Lyon, I have no doubt that a woman of your attractions and capabilities would soon make a niche for herself. You have had social experience, which Addie Farr, for instance, was without. I lived in New York for some years with my husband, Mr. Little, so I have a number of Eastern acquaintances. I remember you were talking with Mrs. Gregory Williams when I introduced you. The people with whom she is staying are among the most fashionable in Washington. What I said had reference to the wife of the everyday congressman who comes to Washington expecting recognition, not to Mrs. James O. Lyons. Selma bit her lip. She recognized the death knell of her cherished expectations. She was not prepared to acknowledge formally her discomfiture and her disappointment, but she believed that Mr. Elton, though a plain man, had comprehensive experience, and that he spoke with shrewd knowledge of the situation. She felt sure that he was not trying to deceive or humiliate her. It was clear that Washington was contaminated also. I dare say I should get on here well enough for a time, though I should find difficulty in considering that it was right to give so much time to merely social matters. But Mr. Lyons and I have already decided that I can be of more use to him at present in Benham. There I feel at home. I am known, and I have my friends, and I have important work. Literary lectures and the establishment of a large public hospital underway. If the time comes, as you kindly predict, that my husband is chosen a United States Senator, I shall be glad to return here and accept the responsibilities of our position. But I warn you, Mr. Elton, I warn the people of Washington, she added with a wave of her fan, while her eyes sparkled with a stern light, that when I am one of their leaders, I shall do away with some of the false customs of the present administration. I shall insist on preserving our American social traditions inviolate. Here was the grain of consolation in the case, which she clutched at and held up before her mind's eye as a new stimulus to her patriotism and her conscience. Both Mr. Elton and Flossy had indicated that there was a point at which exclusiveness was compelled to stop in this haughty disregard of democratic ideals. There were certain women whom the people who worshipped lack of enthusiasm and made an idol of cynicism were obliged to heed and recognize. They might be able to ignore the intelligence and social originality of a congressman's wife, but they dared not turn a cold shoulder on the wife of a United States Senator. And if a woman, if she were to occupy this proud position, what a satisfaction it would be to assert the power which belonged to it. Assert it in behalf of the cause for which she had suffered so much. Her disappointment tasted bitterly in her mouth, and she was conscious of stern revolt. But the new hope had already taken possession of her fancy, and she hastened to prove it by the ethical standard without which all hopes were valueless to her. Even now, had anyone told her that the ruling passion of her life was to be wooed and made much of by the very people she professed to despise, she would have spurned the accuser as a malicious slanderer, nor indeed would it have been wholly true. Mrs. Williams had practically told her this at their last meeting in New York, and its utterance had convinced her, on the contrary, of repugnance to them, and of her desire to be the leader of a social protest against them. Now here in Washington, of all places, she was confronted by the bitter suggestion that she was without allies, and that her enemies were the keepers of the door which led to leadership and power. Despondency stared her in the face. But a splendid possibility, a probability, was left. She would not forsake her principles. She would not lower her flag. She would return to Benham. Washington refused her homage now, but it should listen to her and bow before her some day as the wife of one of the real leaders of the state, whom society did not dare to ignore. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant. Chapter 25. At the close of the fortnight of her stay in Washington, subsequent to the reception at the White House, Selma found herself in the same frame of mind as when she parted from Mr. Elton. During this fortnight her time was spent either in sightseeing or at the hotel. The exercises at the Capitol were purely formal, preliminary to a speedy adjournment of Congress. Consequently, her husband had no opportunity to distinguish himself by addressing the House. Of Flossy she saw nothing, though the two men had several meetings. Apparently both Lyons and Williams were content with a surface reconciliation between their wives which did not bar family intercourse. At least her husband made no suggestion that she should call on Mrs. Williams, and Flossy's card did not appear. Beyond making the acquaintance of a few more wives and daughters in the hotel who seemed as solitary as herself, Selma received no overtures from her own sex. She knew no one, and no one sought her out or paid her attention. She still saw fit to believe that if she were to establish herself in Washington and devote her energies to rallying these wives and daughters about her, she might be able to prove that Flossy and Mr. Elton were mistaken. But she realized that the task would be less simple than she had anticipated. Besides, she yearned to return to Benham and take up again the thread of active life there. Benham would vindicate her, and some day Benham would send her back to Washington to claim recognition and her rightful place. Lyons found himself in a cheerful mood, and found congenial occupation in visiting with his wife the many historical objects of interest, and in chatting in various hotel corridors with the public men of the country, his associates in Congress. His solicitude in regard to the account which Williams was carrying for him had been relieved temporarily by an upward turn in the stock market, and the impending prompt adjournment of Congress had saved him from the necessity of taking action in regard to the railroad bill which Williams had solicited him to support. Moreover, Selma had repeated to him Horace Elton's prophecy that it was not unlikely that some day he would become senator. To be sure, he recognized that a remark like this uttered to a pretty woman by an astute man of affairs such as Elton was not to be taken too seriously. There was no vacancy in the office of senator from his state, and none was likely to occur. At the present time, if one should occur, his party in the state legislature was in a minority. Hence prophecy was obviously a random proceeding. Nevertheless, he was greatly pleased, for after all, Elton could scarcely have made the speech had he not been genuinely well disposed. A senatorship was one of the great prizes of political life, and one of the noblest positions in the world. It would afford him a golden opportunity to leave the impress of his convictions on national legislation and defend the liberties of the people by force of the oratorical gifts that he possessed. Elton had referred to these gifts in complimentary terms. Was it not reasonable to infer that Elton would be inclined to promote his political fortunes? Such an ally would be invaluable, for Elton was a growing power in the industrial development of the section of the country where they both lived. He had continued to find him friendly in spite of his own antagonism on the public platform to corporate power. A favorite and conscientious hope in his political outlook was that he might be able to make capital as well as labor believe him to be a friend without alienating either, that he might obtain support at the polls from both factions, and thus be left free after election to work out for their mutual advantage appropriate legislation. He had avowed himself unmistakably the champion of popular principles in order to win the confidence of the common people, but his policy of reasonable conciliation led him to cast sheep's eyes at vested interests. He could do so without exposing himself to the charge of inconsistency. Many of his friends were wealthy men, and his private ambition was to amass a handsome fortune that had been the cause of his speculative ventures in local enterprises which promised large returns, and in the stock market. Horace Elton was a friend of but 3 years' standing, one of the men who had consulted him occasionally in regard to legal matters since he had become a corporation attorney. He admired Elton's strong, far-reaching grasp of business affairs, his capacity to formulate and incubate on plans of magnitude without betraying a sign of his intentions, and his power to act with lightning dispatch and overwhelming vigor when the moment for the consummation of his purposes arrived. He also found agreeable Elton's genial, easy-going ways outside of business hours, which frequently took the form of social entertainment, at which expense seemed to be no consideration, and gastronomic novelties were apt to be presented. Lyons attended one of these private banquets while in Washington, a dinner party served to a carefully chosen company of public men, to which newspaper scribes were unable to penetrate. This same genial, easy-going tendency of Elton's to make himself acceptable to those with whom he came in contact took the form of a gift to Mrs. Lyons of a handsome cameo pin, which he presented to her a day or two after their dialogue at the President's reception, and for which, as he confidently informed Selma, he had been seeking a suitable wearer ever since he had picked it in an out-of-the-way store in Brussels the previous summer. On the day of their departure, Selma, as she took a last look from the car window at the Capitol and the Washington Monument, said to her husband, "This is a beautiful city, worthy in many respects of the genius of the American people, but I never wish to return to Washington until you are United States Senator." "Would you not be satisfied with Justice of the Supreme Court?" asked Lyons, gaily. I should prefer Senator. If you were Senator, you could probably be appointed to the Supreme Court in case you preferred that place. I am relying on you, James, to bring me back here some day." She whispered this in his ear as they sat with heads close together, looking back at the swiftly receding city. Selma's hands were clasped in her lap, and she seemed to her lover to have a dreamy air, an air suggesting poetry and high ethical resolve, such as he liked to associate with her and their scheme of wedded life. It pleased him that his wife should feel so confident that the future had in store for him this great prize, and he allowed himself to yield to the pathos of the moment and whisper in reply, "I will say this, Selma, my business affairs look more favorable, and if nothing unforeseen happens, I do not see why we shouldn't get on reasonably fast. Nowadays, in order to be a United States Senator comfortably, it is desirable in the first place to have abundant means." "Yes. We must be patient and God-fearing, and with your help, dear, and your sympathy, we may live to see what you desire come to pass. Of course, my ambition is to be Senator and to take you back to Washington as a Senator's wife." Selma had not chosen to confide in Lyons in set terms her social grievance against the capital of her country, but she was glad to perceive from his last words that he understood she was not satisfied with the treatment accorded her, and that he also was looking forward to giving her a position which would enable her to rebuke the ungodly and presumptuous. "Thank you, James," she answered. "When that time comes we shall be able to teach them a number of things. For the present, though, I feel that I can be of best service to you and to the truths which we are living for by interesting myself in whatever concerns Benham. We believe in Benham, and Benham seems inclined to believe in us and our ideas." The ensuing year passed uneventfully. Lyons was able to be at home from the 1st of April to the reassembling of Congress in the following December. He was glad to give himself up to the enjoyment of his handsome establishment. He resumed the tenor of his professional practice, feeling that as a sober-minded married citizen he had become of more importance to the community, and he was eager to bear witness to his sense of responsibility. He took a more active part in soliciting contributions for evangelizing benighted countries, and he consented on several occasions to deliver an address on Success in Life to struggling young men of Benham and the surrounding towns. His easy flow of words, his dignity, and his sober but friendly mien made him a favorite with audiences and constantly broadened his circle of acquaintances. Selma, on her side, took up the organization of the free hospital provided by Mr. Parsons. Her husband left the decision of all but legal and financial questions to her and Miss Luella Bailey, who at Selma's request was made the third party of the board of trustees. She decided to call in a committee of prominent physicians to formulate a program of procedure in matters purely medical. But she reserved a right of rejection in their conclusions, and she insisted on the recognition of certain cardinal principles, as she called them. She specified that no one school of medicine should dictate the policy of the hospital as regards the treatment of patients. To the young physician whom she selected to assist her in forming this administrative board, she stated with stern emotion, "I do not intend that it shall be possible in this hospital for men and women to be sacrificed simply because doctors are unwilling to avail themselves of the latest resources of brilliant individual discernment. I know what it means to see a beloved one die, who might have been saved had the physician in charge been willing to try new expedients. The doors of this hospital must be ever open to rising unconventional talent. There shall be no creeds nor caste of medicine here." She also specified that the matron in charge of the hospital should be Mrs. Earle, whose lack of trained experience was more than counterbalanced by her maternal, humanitarian spirit, as Selma expressed it. She felt confident that Mrs. Earle would choose as her assistants competent and skillful persons, and at the same time that her broad point of view and sympathetic instincts would not allow her to turn a deaf ear to aspiring but technically ignorant ability. This selection of Mrs. Earle was a keen pleasure to Selma. It seemed to her an ideal selection. Mrs. Earle was no longer young, and was beginning to feel the constant labor of lecture and newspaper work exhausting. This dignified and important post would provide her with a permanent income, and would afford her an attractive field for her progressive capabilities. Selma's choice of young Dr. Ashmun as the head of the medical board was due to a statement which came to her ears that he was reviled by some of the physicians of Benham because he had patented certain discoveries of his own instead of giving his fellow practitioners the benefit of his knowledge. Selma was prompt to detect in this hostility an envious disposition on the part of the regular physicians to appropriate the fruits of individual cleverness, and to repress youthful revolt against conventional methods. Dr. Ashmun regarded his selection as the professional chief of this new institution as a most auspicious occurrence from the standpoint of his personal fortunes. He was ambitious, ardent, and keen to attract attention with an abundant fund of energy and a nervous, driving manner. He was, besides, good-looking and fluent, and he quickly perceived the drift of Selma's intentions in regard to the hospital, and accommodated himself to them with enthusiasm. They afforded him the very opportunity which he most desired, the chance to assert himself against his critics, and to obtain public notice. The watchword of liberty and distrust of professional canons suited his purposes and his mood, and he threw himself eagerly into the work of carrying out Selma's projects. As a result of the selection of Dr. Ashmun and of the other members of the administrative board, who were chosen with a view to their availability as sympathetic colleagues, letters of protest from several physicians appeared in the newspapers, complaining that the new hospital was being conducted on unscientific and shallow principles, disapproved of by the leading men of the profession. Selma was indignant yet thrilled. She promptly took steps to refute the charge, and explained that the hostility of these correspondents proceeded from envy and hidebound reluctance to adopt new and revolutionizing expedients. Through the aid of Mrs. Earle and Miss Luella Bailey, a double-leaded column in the Benham Sentinel set forth the merits of the new departure in medicine, which was cleverly described as the revolt of the talented young men of the profession from the tyranny of their conservative elders. Benham became divided in opinion as to the merits of this controversy, and Selma received a number of anonymous letters through the post approving her stand in behalf of advanced independent thought. Among the physicians who were opposed to her administration of the hospital she recognized with satisfaction the name of a Dr. Paget, who, as she happened to know, was Mrs. Hallett Taylor's medical adviser. Another matter in which Selma became interested was the case of Mrs. Hamilton. She was a woman who had been born in the neighborhood of Benham, but had lived for 20 years in England, and had been tried in England by due process of law for the murder of her husband and sentenced to imprisonment for life. Some of the people of the state who had followed the testimony as reported in the American newspapers had decided that she ought not to have been convicted. Accordingly, a petition setting forth the opinion of her former neighbors that she was innocent of this charge and should, as an American citizen, be released from custody, was circulated for signature. A public meeting was held and largely attended, at which it was resolved to send a monster petition to the British authorities with a request for Mrs. Hamilton's pardon, and also to ask the government at Washington to intercede on behalf of the unfortunate sufferer. The statement of the case appealed vividly to Selma, and at the public meeting, which was attended chiefly by women, she spoke and offered the services of her husband to lay the matter before the President. It was further resolved to obtain the names of influential persons all over the country in order that the petition might show that the sentiment that injustice had been done was national as well as local. Selma espoused the case with ardor and busied herself in obtaining signatures. She called on Miss Flagg and induced her to sign by the assurance that the verdict was entirely contrary to the evidence. She then had recourse to her former sister-in-law, conceiving that the signature of the president of Wetmore College would impress the English. She and Pauline had already exchanged visits, and Pauline had shown no umbrage at her marriage. The possibility of being rebuffed on this occasion did not occur to Selma. She took for granted that Pauline would only be too glad to give her support to so deserving a petition, and she considered that she was paying her a compliment in soliciting her name for insertion among the prominent signers. Pauline listened to her attentively, then replied, "I am sorry for the woman. If she is innocent, and she's been falsely accused, of course she ought to be released. But what makes you think she is innocent, Selma?" "The testimony did not justify her conviction. Everyone is of that opinion." "Have you read the testimony yourself, Selma?" "No, Pauline." "Or your husband?" "My husband is satisfied from what others have told him, just as I am, that this poor American woman is languishing in prison as the result of a cruel miscarriage of justice, and that she never committed the crime of which she has been found guilty. My husband has had considerable legal experiences." Pauline's questions were nettling, and Selma intended by her response to suggest the presumptuousness of her sister-in-law's doubts in the face of competent authority. "I realize that your husband ought to understand about such matters. But may one suppose that the English authorities would deliberately allow an innocent woman to remain in prison? They must know that the friends of Mrs. Hamilton believe her innocent. Why should we, on this side of the water, meddle simply because she was born an American?" "Why?" Selma drew herself up proudly. "In the first place, we believe that the English are capable of keeping her in prison on a technicality merely because she's there already. They are worshippers of legal form and red tape, my husband says, And as to meddling, why, is it not our duty as an earnest and Christian people to remonstrate against the continued incarceration of a woman born under our flag and accustomed to American ideas of justice? Meddling? In my opinion, we should be cowards and derelict in our duty if we did not protest." Pauline shook her head. "I cannot see it so. It seems to me an interference which may make us seem ridiculous in the eyes of the English as well as offensive to them. I'm sorry, Selma, not to be able to do as you wish." Selma rose with burning cheeks but a stately air. "If that is your decision, I must do without your name. Already we have many signatures and shall obtain hundreds more without difficulty. We look at things differently, Pauline. Our point of view has never been the same. Ridiculous. I should be proud of the ridicule of people too selfish and too enlightened to heed the outcry of aspiring humanity. If we had to depend on your little set to strike the note of progress, I fear we should sit with folded hands most of the time." "I do not know what you mean by my little set," said Pauline with a smile. "I am too busy with my college duties to belong to any set. I see my friends occasionally, just as you see yours. And as to progress, well, I fear that you are right in your statement that we shall never look at things alike. To me, progress presupposes in the individual attaining it a prelude of slow struggle, disheartening doubts, and modest reverence for previous results, for the accumulated wisdom of the past. I mean by your set the people who think as you do. I understand your point of view. I should have liked," she added, "to ask you to share with me the responsibility of directing the policy of the Benham Free Hospital, had I known that you would listen to the voice of conservative authority in preference to that of fearless innovation. I certainly should have hesitated long before I overruled the experience of those who had devoted their lives to conscientious effort to discover truth. That illustrates admirably the difference between us, Pauline. No one is more eager to aid the discovery of truth than I. But I believe that truth often is concealed from those who go on day after day following humdrum routine, however conscientious. I recognized that Dr. Ashmun was a live man and had fresh ideas, so I chose him as our chief of staff, notwithstanding the doctors were unfriendly to him. As a result, my hospital has individuality and is already a success. That's the sort of thing I mean. Good-bye," she said, putting out her hand. "I don't expect to convert you, Pauline, to look at things my way, but you must realize by this time that it is the Benham way." "Yet the leading physicians of Benham disapprove of your plans for the management of the hospital," said Pauline firmly. "But the people of Benham approve of them. I prefer their sanction to that of a coterie of cautious, unenthusiastic autocrats." Selma, true to her intentions, did not return to Washington with her husband when Congress reassembled in December. While she was absorbed with her philanthropic plans in Benham, Lyons was performing his public duties, seeking to do the country good service, and at the right moment to attract attention to himself. The opportunity to make a speech along the line of his public professions in behalf of labor against corporate monopoly did not offer itself until late in the session. He improved the few minutes allowed him to such advantage that he was listened to with close attention, and was at once recognized as one of the persuasive and eloquent speakers of the minority. Before Congress adjourned, he obtained another chance to take part in debate, by which he produced an equally favorable impression. The newspapers of the country referred approvingly to his cogent gift of statement and dignified style of delivery. Both the bills against which he spoke were passed by the Republican majority, but echoes of his words came back from some of their constituents, and Lyons was referred to as certain to be one of the strong men of the House if he returned to Congress. He went home at the close of the session in a contented frame of mind so far as his political prospects were concerned, but he was not free to enjoy the congratulations accorded him, for the reason that his business ventures were beginning to give him serious solicitude. The trend of the stock market was again downward. In expectation of a rise from the previous depression, he had added to the lines of shares which Williams and Van Horn were carrying for him. A slight rise had come, sufficient to afford him a chance to escape from the toils of Wall Street without loss, but he needed a profit to rehabilitate his ventures in other directions. His investments in the enterprises of his own state, which had now for some months appeared quiescent if not languishing from a speculative point of view. Everything pointed, it was said, to a further advance as soon as Congress adjourned. So he had waited, and now, although the session was over, the stock market and financial undertakings of every sort appeared suddenly to be tottering. He had not been at home a month before prices of all securities began to shrink inordinately, and the business horizon to grow murky with the clouds of impending disaster. To add to his worry, Lyons was conscious that he had pursued a fast and loose mental course in regard to the railroad bill in which his broker Williams was interested. He had given Williams to understand that he would try to see his way to support it. Yet, in view of his late prominence in Washington as a foe of legislation in behalf of moneyed interests, he was more than ever averse to casting a vote in its favor. The bill had not been reached before adjournment, a result to which he had been secretly contributed, but it was certain to be called up shortly after Congress reassembled. It disturbed him to feel that his affairs in New York were in such shape that Williams could embarrass him financially if he chose. It disturbed him still more that he appeared to himself to be guilty of bad faith. His conscience was troubled, and his favorite palliative of consolation did not seem applicable to the case. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant, Chapter 26. Until this time, the course of financial events in Benham, since its evolution from a sleepy country town began, had been steadily prosperous. There had been temporary recessions in prices, transient haltings in the tendency of new local undertakings to double and quadruple in value. A few rash individuals, indeed, had been forced to suspend payments and compound with their creditors, but there had been no real setback to commercial enthusiasm and speculative gusto. Those who desired to borrow money for progressive enterprises had found the banks accommodating and unsuspicious, and to Benham initiative it yet appeared that the development of the resources of the neighborhood by the unwearying, masterful energy of the citizens was still in its infancy. But now, after a few months of inactivity, which holders of speculative securities had spoken of as another healthy breathing spell, the tendency of prices had changed, had not merely halted, but showed a radical tendency to shrink, even to tumble feverishly. Buyers were scarce, and the once accommodating banks displayed a heartless disposition to scrutinize collateral and to ask embarrassing questions in regard to commercial paper. Rates of interest on loans were ruthlessly advanced and additional security demanded. A pall of dejection hung over Benham. Evil days had come, days the fruit of a long period of inflation. A dozen leading firms failed, and carried down with them divers small people. Amid the general distrust and anxiety, all eyes were fixed on Wall Street, the so-called money center of the country, the Gehenna where the cyclone had first manifested itself. The newspapers, voicing Benham public opinion, cast vituperation at the bankers and brokers of Wall Street, whose unholy jugglings with fortune had brought this commercial blight on the community. Wall Street had locked up money. Consequently, funds were tight in Benham, and the plans of its honest burghers to promote enterprise and develop the lawful industries of the country were interrupted. So spoke public opinion, and at the same time hundreds of private letters were being dispatched through the Benham post office in response to requests for more margins on stocks held for the honest burghers by the fraternity of Wall Street gamblers. There was a private wailing and gnashing of teeth also, for in the panic a few of these bankers and brokers had been submerged, and the collateral of Benham's leading citizens had been swept away. The panic itself was brief, as panics always are, but it left behind it everywhere a paralyzed community. So far as Benham was concerned, only a few actually failed, but in a host of instances possessors of property who had thought themselves wealthy a year before found that they were face to face with the knotty problem of nursing their dwarfed resources so as to avoid eventual insolvency. Everything had shrunk 50, often 100%. For the basis of Benham's semi-fabulous development had been borrowed money. Many of Benham's leading citizens were down to hardpan, so to speak. Their inchoate enterprises were being carried by the banks on the smallest margins consistent with the solvency of these institutions, and clear-headed men knew that months of recuperation must elapse before speculative properties would show life again. Benham was consequently gloomy for once in despite of its native buoyancy. It would have arisen from the ashes of a fire as strenuous as a young lion, but with everybody's stocks and merchandise pledged to the moneylenders, enterprise was gripped by the throat. In the pride of its prosperity, Benham had dreamed that it was a law unto itself and that even Wall Street could not affect its rosy commercial destinies. It appeared to pious owners of securities almost as though God had deserted his chosen city of a chosen country. Lyons was among those upon whom the harrow of this fall in prices and subsequent hand-to-mouth struggle with the banks pressed with unpleasant rigor. In business phraseology, he was too much extended. Consequently, as the margins of value of the securities on which he had borrowed dropped away, he was kept on tenterhooks to the future. In case the process of shrinkage went much further, he would be required to supply more collateral, and if the rate of money did not fall, the banks would refuse to renew his notes as they became due, unless he could furnish clear evidence of his solvency. He was owing over $150,000 on paper secured only by the stock and bonds of brand new enterprises which had no market negotiability. From the money which he had borrowed, he had sent from time to time to Williams and Van Horn an aggregate of $40,000 to protect some 2,000 shares of railroad stocks. Williams had especially commended the shares of the coal-carrying roads to his attention, and the drop in prices had been uniformly severe of these properties. Instead of being the possessor of a stable $250,000, which he considered to be the value of his property at the time of his election to Congress, Lyons suddenly realized that he was on the brink of a serious financial collapse through which he might lose everything before he could discharge his liabilities. It seemed cruel to him, for he believed that all his ventures were sound, and that if he were not forced to sacrifice his possessions, their future value would attest its sagacity. But at present the securities of speculative enterprises were practically worthless as procurers of ready money. The extreme circumstances had come upon him with startling rapidity, so that he found himself in the unpleasant predicament of having used for temporary relief some of the bonds belonging to the Parsons estate, which he held as executor. He had forwarded these to Williams merely as a matter of convenience before he had become anxious, expecting to be able to replace them with funds coming to him within 30 days from a piece of real estate for which he had received an offer. He had held off in the hope of obtaining a higher price. The following week, when signs of danger were multiplying, he had found the would-be purchaser unwilling to buy at any price. Realizing the compromising position in which he had placed himself by his action, he had cast about feverishly for the means to redeem the hypothecated securities. But all his resources were taxed of a sudden by the advent of the panic. It occurred to him to ask Selma to allow substitution of the $20,000 which had been apportioned to her as legacy for the bonds, but at first he had shrunk from the mortification of disclosing his condition to her, and now that the situation had developed, he feared that he might be obliged to borrow this money from her for the protection of his other interests. It gave him sore concern that he, a champion of moral ideas, a leading church member, and a representative of the federal government, should be put in such an equivocal position. Here again there was no opportunity for conciliation, and dignified urbanity was of no avail. If the condition of drooping prices and general distrust, a sort of commercial dry rot, which had succeeded the panic, continued much longer, he would be driven to the wall unless relief were forthcoming. Nor was it much consolation that many others were on the verge of failure. Financial insolvency for him would mean the probable loss of his seat in Congress and the serious interruption of his political career. From what source could he hope for relief? The preparations for the autumn campaign were already being considered, and there was likelihood of another close contest between the two political parties. But for the worry occasioned by his plight, he would have resumed the contest with hopeful ardor, appreciating that the pecuniary distress of the community would be likely to work to his advantage. His own nomination was assured. His reelection appeared probable, but after it what could he expect but the deluge? One source of the effectiveness of Horace Elton was that he was wont to exercise foresight and make his plans in advance while other men were slumbering. He had been prepared for the panic because he had been expecting it for more than a year, and the ship of his financial fortunes was close reefed to meet the fury of the overdue gale. Also, he was quick to recognize that the widespread depreciation of values would inevitably be followed by a period of business inactivity, which would throw out of employment a large number of wage earners whose ballots as a consequence would be cast against the political party in power. As far back as the time when he had made the acquaintance of Selma at Washington and selected her as the wearer of his cameo pin, he had been incubating on a scheme for the consolidation of the gas companies in the cities and towns of the state, into one large corporation. For this corporation he required a liberal charter, which the next legislature would be invited to grant. He expected to be able to procure this franchise from the legislature, but he judged that the majority in favor of the bill would not be large enough to pass it over the governor's veto. Accordingly, it was of the first importance that the governor should be friendly to the measure. This was the year of the presidential election. Both political parties were seeking to nominate their strongest candidates for the various federal and state offices. A promoter of large business schemes was at a disadvantage in a campaign where party feelings ran high and national issues were involved, and Elton knew it. He commonly chose an off year in politics for the consummation of his business deals. But he had chosen to push his bill this year for the reason that he wished to be in a position to buy out the sub-companies cheaply. The community was pressed for ready money, and many men who would be slow in prosperous times to extract gas shares from their tin boxes and stockings would be glad to avail themselves of a reasonable cash offer. Elton was a Republican on national issues. His experience had been that the Republican Party was fundamentally friendly to corporations, in spite of occasional pious ejaculations and party platforms to the contrary. He had a Republican candidate for governor in mind who would be faithful to his interests. But this candidate was put aside in the convention of deference to the sentiment that only a man of first-rate mental and moral caliber could command the allegiance of independent voters, whose cooperation seemed essential to party success. The Republican State Convention was held 3 weeks prior to the date fixed for that of their opponents. Within 24 hours subsequent to the nomination of Hon. John Patterson as the Republican candidate for governor, while the party organs were congratulating the public on his selection, and the leaders of the party were endeavoring to suppress the murmurs of the disappointed lower order of politicians, who, in metaphorical phrase, felt that they were sewed up in a stack for another 2 years by the choice of this strong citizen, one of the most widely circulated Democratic newspapers announced in large type on its front page that Hon. James O. Lyons was the only Democrat who could defeat him in the gubernatorial contest. Behind the ledger sheet of this newspaper, which was no other than the Benham Sentinel, lurked the keen intelligence of Horace Elton. He knew that the candidate of his own party would never consent to indicate in advance what his action on the gas bill would be, and that he would only prejudice his chances of obtaining favorable action when the time arrived by any attempt to forestall a decision. This did not suit Horace Elton. He was accustomed to being able to make an inkling before election that legislation in which he was interested would not encounter a veto. His measures were never dishonest. That is, he never sought to foist bogus or fraudulent undertakings upon the community. He was seeking, to be sure, eventual emolument for himself, but he believed that the franchise which he was anxious to obtain would result in more progressive and more effectual public service. He had never before felt obliged to refrain from asking direct or indirect assurance that his plans would be respected by the governor. Yet he had foreseen the possibility of just such an occurrence. The one chance in 100 had happened, and he was ready for it. He intended to contribute to the Republican National Campaign Fund, but he did not feel that the interests of his state would suffer if he used all the influence at his command to secure a governor who would be friendly to his scheme, and Congressman Lyons appeared to him the most available man for the purpose. It already occurred to Lyons that his nomination as governor was a possibility, for the leaders of the party were ostensibly looking about for a desirable Democrat with whom to confront Patterson, and had shown an intention to turn a cold shoulder on the ambition of several aspirants for this honor who might have been encouraged in an ordinary year as probable victors. He knew that his name was under consideration, and he had made up his mind that he would accept the nomination if it were offered to him. He would regret the interruption of his congressional career, but he felt that his election as governor in a presidential year, after a close contest, would make him the leader of the party in the Senate, and in case the candidate of his party were chosen president, would entitle him to important recognition from the new administration. Moreover, if he became governor, his financial status would be strengthened. The banks would be more likely to accommodate one in such a powerful position, and he might be able to keep his head above water until better times brought about a return of public confidence and a recovery in prices. Yet he felt by no means sure that even as governor he could escape betraying his financial embarrassment, and his mind was so oppressed by the predicament in which he found himself that he made no effort on his own part to cause the party leaders to fix their choice on him. Nor did he mention the possibility of his selection of Selma. Mortification and self-reproach had made him for the moment inert as to his political future, and reluctant to confide his troubles to her. The clarion declaration of the Benham Sentinel in favor of Lyons evoked sympathetic echoes over the state, which promptly convinced the political chieftains that he was the strongest candidate to pit against Patterson. The enthusiasm caused by this suggestion of his name spread rapidly, and at the end of a week his nomination at the convention was regarded as certain. The championship of the Sentinel was a complete surprise to Selma. She had assumed that her husband would return to Washington and that political promotion for the present was out of the question. When she saw her husband's features looking out at her from a large cut on the front page of the morning newspaper, and read the conspicuous heading which accompanied it, "The Sentinel nominates as governor the Honorable James O. Lyons of Benham, the most eloquent orator and most public-spirited citizen of the state," her heart gave a bound, and she eagerly asked herself, why not? That was just what they needed, what she needed, to secure her hold on the social evolution of Benham. As the wife of the governor of the state, she would be able to ignore the people who held aloof from her and introduce the reforms in social behavior on which her heart was set. "James, have you seen this?" she asked eagerly. Lyons was watching her from across the breakfast table. He had seen it, and had laid the newspapers within her reach. "Yes, dear, it is very complimentary, isn't it? But what does it mean? Are you to be governor? Did you know of it, James?" "I knew that my name, with others, had been mentioned by those who were looking for a candidate whom we can elect, but this nomination of the Sentinel comes from a clear sky. Would you like to have me governor, Selma?" "Yes, indeed. If the chance is offered you, James, you surely will accept it. It would please me immensely to see you governor. We should not be separated then part of the year, and I should be able here in Benham to help you as your wife ought to help you. I know that you have been looking forward to the next session of Congress in the hope of distinguishing yourself, but isn't this a finer opportunity? Doesn't it open the door to splendid possibilities?" Lyons nodded. His wife's eager presentation of the case confirmed his own conclusions. "It's an important decision to make," he said with gravity. "If I am not elected, I shall have lost my place in the congressional line, and may find difficulty in recovering it later. But if the party needs me, if the state needs me, I must not think of that. I cannot help being gratified, encouraged by the suggestion that my fellow citizens of my political faith are turning to me as their standard bearer at this time, when great public issues are involved. If I can serve God and my country in this way, and at the same time please you, my wife, what can I ask better?" He spoke with genuine feeling and reverence, for it was in keeping with his religious tendencies to recognize in advance the solemn responsibilities of high office, and to picture himself as the agent of the heavenly powers. This attitude of mind always found Selma sympathetic and harmonious. Her eyes kindled with enthusiasm, and she replied, "You view the matter as I would have you view it, James. If this trust is committed to us by Providence, it is our duty to accept it as lovers of our country and promoters of true progress." "It would seem so, and in some ways," he said, as though he felt the impulse to be reasonably frank toward Providence in his acceptance of the trust, "my election as governor would be advantageous to my political and business interests. I have not sought the office," he added with dignified unction, "but my knowledge of local conditions leads me to believe that this action of the Sentinel signifies that certain powerful influences are working in my favor. I shall be able to tell you more accurately in regard to this before long." Lyons happened to know that the Benham Sentinel had enlarged its plant 2 years previous, and that Horace Elton was still the holder of its notes for borrowed money. The transaction had passed through his bank, and in the course of his mental search for reasons to account for the sudden flat-footed stand of the newspaper, the thought came into his mind and dwelt there that Elton was at the bottom of it. If so, what was Elton's reason? Why should Elton, a Republican, desire his nomination? Surely not to compass his defeat. In this connection, Elton's friendship and the prophecy made to Selma as to his political future occurred to him an invidious supposition. Glamis thou art, and cauter thou shalt be what thou art promised. Lyons left Selma with the conviction that he would find Elton to be mainly responsible for what had taken place. Shortly after reaching his office, he received a note from him asking for an appointment. Punctually at 12 o'clock, Elton arrived and was shown into Lyons's private room. Lyons gave orders that he was not to be disturbed, for he believed that the results of the interview were likely to have a serious bearing on his career as a statesman. Both men were of heavy physique, but as they sat facing each other an observer would have remarked that Elton's visage possessed a clean-cut compactness of expression despite its rotund contour. His closely trimmed whiskers, his small, clear, penetrating eyes, and the effective neatness conveyed by his personal appearance were so many external indications of his mental lucidity and precision. In contrast, Lyons's moon-shaped face, emphasized by its smooth-shaven, mobile mouth, below which his almost white chin-beard hung pendant, expressed a curious interplay of emotional sanctity, urbane shrewdness, and a sense of self-importance. "Governor Lyons, at your service," said Elton, regarding him steadily. "Do you think so?" "I know so, if you desire it." "The nomination, you mean?" "The election by a comfortable majority." Lyons breathed hard with satisfaction. "If the people of the State choose to confide their interests to my custody, I shall not refuse them." "So I supposed. You may be wondering, Lyons, why I, a Republican, should be talking like this. I will tell you. Observation has led me to believe that the people of this State will elect a Democratic governor this year. The hard times will hurt the administration. Consequently, as your friend and my own friend, I have taken the liberty to indicate to the managers of your party their strongest man. I am responsible for what you saw on the front page of the Sentinel this morning. There need not be much difficulty," he added significantly, "in securing emphatic endorsement throughout the State of the Sentinel's preference." Lyons looked grave. "You must be aware that our views on public questions, especially those which concern the relations of capital and labor, are not the same." "Certainly. I tell you frankly that while from a humanitarian point of view I respect your desire to relieve the inequalities of modern civilization, as a business man and a man of some property, I do not regard the remedies presented by your party platform as just or adequate. I recognize that your opinions are hostile to corporate interests, but I have gathered also that you are disposed to be reasonable and conciliatory, that you are not inclined to regard all men and all measures as dangerous merely because they have means or are introduced in the name of capital." "It has always seemed to me that a conciliatory spirit secures the most definite results for the public," assented Lyons. "Precisely. See here, Lyons," Elton said, leaning forward across the table at which they were sitting, "I wish to be entirely frank with you. You know me well enough to understand I have not offered you my support in any philanthropic spirit. I could not have deceived you as to this had I tried. I am a practical man and have an axe to grind. I am urging your election as governor because I believe you to possess intelligent capacity to discriminate between what is harmful to the community and what is due to healthy individual enterprise, the energy which is the sap of American citizenship. We capitalists have no fear of an honest man, provided he has the desire and ability to protect legitimate business acumen against the slander of mere demagogues. I have a bill here," he added, drawing a printed document from his pocket, "which I am desirous to see passed by the next legislature. It embodies a charter authorizing the acquisition and merger in one corporation of all the gas companies of this State, and an extension of corporate powers so as to cover all forms of municipal lighting. Were your hands not tied by your prospective election, I should be glad to offer you an opportunity to become one of the incorporators, for I believe that the undertaking will be lucrative." "That, of course, is out of the question. Now then, this is a perfectly honest bill. On its face, to be sure, it secures a valuable franchise for the petitioners, and consequently may encounter some opposition. But on the other hand, no one who considers the matter candidly and closely can fail to recognize that the great public will secure cheaper gas and more efficient service as the result of this consolidation, and that is where I felt that I could count on your intelligence. You would not allow the plea that capitalists were interested in obtaining a profitable franchise to obscure the more vital consideration that the community will be the true gainers." Lyons bowed graciously and stroked his beard. "What is it you wish me to do?" he asked. "To read the bill in the first place, to convince yourself that what I have told you is true, to satisfy yourself that the measure is essentially harmless. The bill is not long. Read it now, and let me hear your objections. I have some papers here to look over which will occupy me for a quarter of an hour, if you can spare me the time." Lyons acquiesced and proceeded to peruse slowly the document. When he had finished it, he folded it solemnly and returned it to Elton. "It is a bill framed in the interest of capital, but I cannot say that the public will be prejudiced by it. On the contrary, I should judge that the price of gas in our cities and towns would be lowered as a consequence of the reduction in running expenses caused by projected consolidation. What is it that you wish me to do?" "Agree to sign the bill as it now stands if it passes the legislature." Lyons rested his head on his hand, and his mouth moved tremulously. "If I am elected governor," he said, "I wish to serve the people honestly and fearlessly." "I am sure of it. I ask you to point out to me in what manner this bill entrenches upon the rights of the people. You yourself had noted the crucial consequence. It will lower the price of gas. If at the same time I am benefited financially, why should I not reap the reasonable reward of my foresight?" "I will sign the bill, Elton, if it comes to me for signature. I may be criticized at first, but the improved public service and reduction of the gas bills will be my justification, and show that I have not been unmindful of the interests of the great public whose burdens my party is seeking to lighten." "I shall count on you, then," said Elton, after a pause. "The failure of the bill at the last stage, when I was expecting its passage, might affect my affairs seriously." "If the legislature does its part, I will do mine," responded Lyons, augustly. "I will sign the bill if it comes to me in the present form." "I thank you, Governor." Lyons looked confused, but happy at the appellation. "By the way," said Elton, after he had returned the papers to his pocket, "these are trying times for men with financial obligations. It is my custom to be frank and not to mince matters where important interests are concerned. A candidate for office in this campaign will need the use of all his faculties if he is to be successful. I should be very sorry, for the sake of my bill, to allow your mind to be distracted by solicitude in regard to your private affairs. Some of the best and most prudent of our business men are pressed to-day for ready money. I am in a position to give you temporary assistance if you require it. In justice to my interests, you must not let delicacy stand in the way of your accepting my offer." Lyons's bosom swelled with the pride of returning happiness. He had scarcely been able to believe his ears. Yet here was a definite, spontaneous proposition to remove the incubus which weighed upon his soul. Here was an opportunity to redeem the bonds of the Parsons estate and to repair his damaged self-respect. It seemed to him as though the clouds of adversity which had encompassed him had suddenly been swept away, and that Providence was smiling down at him on her approved and favored son. His emotion choked with speech. His lips trembled, and his eyes looked as though they would fill with tears. After a brief pause he articulated that he was somewhat pressed for money. Some explanation of his affairs followed, the upshot of which was that Elton agreed to endorse Lyons's promissory notes held by the banks to the amount of $60,000, and to accept as collateral for a personal loan of $40,000 certain securities to new local enterprises which had no present marketable value. By this arrangement his property was amply protected from sacrifice. He would be able to adjust his speculative account in New York, and he could await with a tranquil soul the return of commercial confidence. Lyons's heart was overflowing with satisfaction. He pressed Elton's hand and endeavored to express his gratitude with appropriate grandiloquence. But Elton disclaimed the obligation, asserting that he had acted merely from self-interest, to make the election of his candidate more certain. The loan of $40,000 was completed within 48 hours, and before the end of another week Lyons had rescued the bonds of the Parsons estate from pawn, and disposed of his line of stocks carried by Williams and Van Horn. They were sold at a considerable loss, but he made up his mind to free his soul for the time being from the toils and torment of speculation, and to nurse his dwarfed resources behind the bulwark of Elton's relief fund until the financial situation cleared. He felt as though he had grown 10 years younger, and without confiding to Selma the detail of these transactions, he informed her ecstatically that, owing to certain important developments due partly to the friendliness of Horace Elton, the outlook for their future advancement had never been so bright. Within a month later he was nominated as governor. He threw himself into the contest with the convincing ardor of sincere, untrammeled faith in the reforms he was advocating. His speeches reflected complete concentration of his powers on the issues of the campaign, and evoked enthusiasm throughout the state by their eloquent arraignment of corporate rapacity at the expense of the sovereign people. In several of his most telling addresses he accused the national administration of pandering to the un-American gamblers who bought and sold stocks in Wall Street. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant, Chapter 27. Lyons was chosen governor by a large majority, as Elton had predicted. The Republican party was worsted at the polls and driven out of power both at Washington and in the state. Lyons ran ahead of his ticket, receiving more votes than the presidential electors. The campaign was full of incidents grateful to Selma's self-esteem. Chief among these was the conspicuous allusions accorded her by the newspapers. The campaign itself was a fervid repetition of the stirring scenes of 2 years previous. Once more torchlight in vociferous serried columns attested the intensity of party spirit. Selma felt herself adept through her former experience, and she lost no opportunity to show herself in public and bear witness to her devotion to her husband's cause. It pleased her to think that the people recognized her when she appeared on the balcony or reviewing stand, and that her presence evoked an increase of enthusiasm. But the newspaper publicity was even more satisfying, for it centered attention unequivocally on her. Columns of descriptive matter relative to her husband's personality began to appear as soon as it became obvious that he was to be governor. These articles aimed to be exhaustive in their character, covering the entire scope of his past life, disclosing pitiless details in regard to his habits, tastes, and private concerns. Nothing which could be discovered or ferreted out was omitted, and most of these biographies were illuminated by a variety of more or less hideous cuts, showing, for example, His Excellency as he looked as a schoolboy, His Excellency as a fledgling attorney, the humble home where His Excellency was born, and His Excellency's present stately but hospitable residence on Benham's River Drive. Almost every newspaper in the state took its turn at contributing something which it conceived to be edifying to this reportorial budget, and after the governor came the turn of the governor's lady, as she was called. Selma liked best the articles devoted exclusively to herself, where she appeared as the special feature of the newspaper issue, not merely as an adjunct to her husband. But she liked them all, and she was most benignant in her reception of the several newspaper scribes, principally of her own sex, who sought an interview for the sake of copy. She withheld nothing in regard to her person, talents, household, or taste which would, in her opinion, be effective in print. She had a photograph of herself taken in simple, domestic, matronly garb to supplement those which she already possessed, one of which revealed the magnificence of the attire she wore at the President's reception. Another portrayed Littleton's earnest bride, and still a fourth disclosed her as the wistful, aspiring schoolmistress on the threshold of womanhood. These, and the facts appropriate to them, she meted out to her biographers from time to time, lubricating her amiable confidences with the assertion that both she and her husband felt that the people were entitled to be made familiar with the lives of their public representatives. As the result of her gracious behavior, her willingness to supply interesting details concerning herself, and her flattering tendency to become intimate on the spot with the reporters who visited her, the newspaper articles in most cases were in keeping with Selma's prepossessions. Those which pleased her most emphasized in the first place her intellectual gifts and literary talents, intimating delicately that she had refused brilliant offers for usefulness with her pen and on the lecture platform in order to become the wife of Congressman Lyons, to whom her counsel and high ideals of public service were a constant stimulus. Emphasized in the second place her husband's and her own pious tastes and strong religious convictions, to which their constant church attendance and the simple sanctity of their American home bore testimony. Emphasized in the third place, reproducing ordinarily a sketch and cut of her drawing room, her great social gifts and graces, which had made her a leader of society in the best sense of the word, both in Benham and in New York. A few of the articles stated in judicious terms that she had been twice a widow. Only one of them set this forth in conspicuous and opprobrious terms: her third husband, our chief magistrate's wife's many marriages. Such was the unsympathetic, alliterative heading of the malicious statement which appeared in an opposition organ. It did no more than recall the fact that she had obtained a divorce from her first husband, who had in his despair taken to drink, and intimate that her second husband had not been altogether happy. Selma wept when she read the article. She felt that it was cruel and uncalled for, that it told only half the truth, and traduced her before the American people. She chose to conceive that it had been inspired by Pauline and Mrs. Hallett Taylor, neither of whom had sent her a word of congratulation on her promotion to be the governor's wife. Who but Pauline knew that her marriage with Littleton had not been completely harmonious? Who but Mrs. Taylor, or one of her set, would have made the malice to insinuate that she had been merciless to Babcock? This one was libel in a long series of complimentary productions. The representation of the family group was made complete by occasional references to the governor-elect's mother. Mother Lyons, the venerable parent of our chief magistrate. Altogether, Selma felt that the picture presented to the public was a truthful and inspiring record of pious and enterprising American life, which showed to the community that its choice of a governor had been wise and was merited. Close upon the election and these eulogistic biographies came the inauguration, with Lyons' eloquent address. Selma, of course, had special privileges, a reserved gallery in the State House, to which she issued cards of admission to friends of her own selection. Occupying in festal attire the center of this conspicuous group, she felt that she was the cynosure of every eye. She perceived that she was constantly pointed out as the second personage of the occasion. To the few legislators on the floor, whom she already knew, she took pains to bow from her seat with gracious cordiality, intended from the outset to aid her husband by captivating his friends and conciliating the leaders of the opposition party. On her way to and from the gallery, she was joined by several members, to each of whom she tried to convey subtly the impression that she purposed to take an earnest interest in legislative affairs, and that her husband would be apt to consult her in regard to close questions. On the morning after the inauguration, she had the satisfaction of seeing her own portrait side by side with that of her husband on the front page of 2 newspapers, a flattering indication, as she believed, that the press already recognized her value both as a helpmate to him and an ornament to the state. She took up her life as the governor's lady, feeling that her talents and eagerness to do good had finally prevailed, and that true happiness at last was in store for her. She was satisfied with her husband and recognized his righteous purpose and capacity as a statesman, but she believed secretly that his rapid success was due in a large measure to her genius. Her prompting had inspired him to make a notable speech in his first Congress. Her charms and clever conversation had magnetized Mr. Elton so that he had seen fit to nominate him for governor. A fresh impulse to her self-congratulation that virtue and ability were reaping their reward was given a few weeks later by the announcement, which Lyons read from the morning newspaper, that the firm of Williams and Van Horn had failed disastrously. The circumstances attending their downfall were sensational. It appeared that Van Horn, the office partner who managed the finances, had shot himself as the culmination of a series of fraudulent hypothecations of securities and misrepresentations to which it was claimed that Williams was not a party. The firm had been hopelessly insolvent for months, and had been forced to the wall at last by a futile effort on the part of Van Horn to redeem the situation by a final speculation on a large scale. It had failed owing to the continuation of the state of dry rot in the stock market, and utter ruin followed. The regret which Lyons entertained as he read aloud the tragic story was overshadowed in his mind by his own thankfulness that he had redeemed the bonds and settled his account with them before the crash came. He was so absorbed by his own emotions that he failed to note the triumphant tone of his wife's ejaculation of amazement. Failed? Williams and Van Horn failed? Oh, how did it happen? I always felt sure that they would fail sooner or later. Selma sat with tightly folded hands listening to the exciting narrative which Lyons read for her edification with the urbanely mournful emphasis of one who has had a narrow escape. He stopped in the course of it to relieve any solicitude which she might be feeling in regard to his dealings with the firm by the assertion that he had only 2 months previous closed out his account owing to the conviction that prudent investors were getting under cover. This assurance gave the episode a still more providential aspect in Selma's eyes. In the first flush of her gratitude that Flossy had been superbly rebuked for her frivolous existence, she had forgotten that they were her husband's brokers. Moreover, the lack of perturbation in his manner was not calculated to inspire alarm, but the news that Lyons had been shrewd enough to escape at the 12th hour without a dollar's loss heightened the justice of the situation. She listened with throbbing pulses to the particulars. She could scarcely credit her senses that her irrepressible and light-hearted enemy had been confounded at last, confronted with bankruptcy and probable disgrace. She interrupted the reading to express her skepticism regarding the claim that Williams had no knowledge of the frauds. How could he be ignorant? He must have known. He must have bribed the reporters to put that in so as to arouse the sympathy of some of their fashionable friends. Van Horn is dead, and the lips of the dead are sealed. Selma spoke with the confidence born of bitterness. She was pleased with her acumen in discerning the true inwardness of the case. Her husband nodded with mournful acquiescence. It would seem, he said, as if he must have had an inkling at least of what was going on. Of course he had. Gregory Williams, with all his faults, was a wide-awake man. I always said that." Lyons completed the reading and murmured with a sigh which was half pity, half grateful acknowledgment of his own good fortune, "It's a bad piece of business. I'm glad I had the sense to act promptly." Selma was ruminating. Her steel bright eyes shone with exultation. Her sense of righteousness was gratified and temporarily appeased. "They'll have to sell their house, of course, and give up their horses and steam yacht. I don't see why it doesn't mean that Flossy and her husband must come down off their pedestal and begin over again. It follows, doesn't it, that the heartless set into which they have wormed their way will drop them like hot coals?" All these remarks were put by Selma in the slightly interrogative form, as though she were courting any argument to the contrary which could be adduced in order to knock it in the head, but Lyons saw no reason to differ from her verdict. "It means necessarily great mortification for them, and a curtailment of their present mode of life," he said. "I am sorry for them." "Sorry? Of course, James, it is distressing to hear that misfortune has befallen any person of one's acquaintance, and so far as Gregory Williams himself is concerned, I have no wish to see him punished simply because he has been worldly and vainglorious. You thought him able in business way, and liked to meet him. But as for her, Flossy, his wife," Selma continued, "it would be sheer hypocrisy for me to assert that I am sorry for her. I should deem myself unworthy of being considered an earnest-minded American woman if I did not maintain that this disgrace which has befallen them is the logical and legitimate consequence of their godless lives, especially of her frivolity and presumptuous indifference to spiritual influences. That woman, James, is utterly hostile to the things of the spirit. You have no conception. I have never told you because he was your friend, and I was willing to let bygones be bygones on the surface of your account. You have no conception of the cross her behavior became to me in New York. From almost the first moment we met, I saw that we were far apart as the poles in our view of the responsibilities of life. She sneered at everything which you and I reverence, and she set her face against true progress and the spread of American principles. She claimed to be my friend and to sympathize with my zeal for social truth, yet all the time she was toadying secretly the people whose luxurious exclusiveness made me tremble sometimes for the future of our country. She and her husband were prosperous, and everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. It may sound irreverent, James, but there was a time during my life in New York when I was discouraged, when it seemed as though heaven were mocking me and my husband in our homely struggle against the forces of evil, and bestowing all its favors on a woman whose example was a menace to American womanhood. Sorry? Why should I be sorry to see triumph and shallow iniquity rebuked? I would give Florence Williams money if she is in want, but I am thankful, very thankful, that her heartless vanity has found its proper reward." Lyons fingered his beard. "I didn't know she was as bad as that, Selma. Now that they have come to grief, we are not likely to be brought in contact with them, and in all probability they will pass out of our lives. Williams was smart and entertaining, but I never liked his taking advantage of the circumstances of my having an account in his office to urge me to support a measure at variance with my political convictions." "Precisely. The trouble with them both, James, is that they have no conscience, and it is eminently just that they should be made to realize that people who lack conscience cannot prosper in this country in the long run. They have loosed the awful lightnings of his terrible swift sword." "I say amen to that assuredly, Selma," Lyons answered. His predilection to palliate unequivocal circumstance was never proof against clear evidence of moral delinquency. When his religious scruples were finally offended, he was grave and unrelenting. The downfall of the Williamses continued to be a sweet solace and source of encouragement to Selma. It made her, when taken in conjunction with her own recent progress, feel that the whirligig of time was working in her behalf after all, and that if she persevered, not merely Flossy, but all those who worshiped Mammon and consequently failed to recognize her talents would be made to bite the dust. At the moment these enemies seemed to have infested Benham. Numerically speaking, they were unimportant, but they had established an irritating, irregular skirmish line, one end of which occupied Wetmore College, another held secret midnight meetings at Mrs. Hallett Taylor's. Rumors of various undertakings, educational, semi-political, artistic, or philanthropic, agitated or directed by this fringe of society, came to her ears from time to time, but she heard them as an outsider. When she became the governor's wife, she had said to herself that now these aristocrats would be compelled to admit her to their councils, but she found to her annoyance that the election made no difference. Neither Pauline nor Mrs. Taylor nor any of the coterie had asked her to join them, and she was unpleasantly conscious that there were people on the River Drive who showed no more desire to make her acquaintance than when she had been Mrs. Lewis Babcock. What did this mean? It meant simply, she began to argue, that she must hold fast to her faith and bide her time, that if she and her friends kept a bold front and resisted the encroachments of this pernicious spirit, Providence would interfere presently violently and confound these enemies of social truth no less obviously than it had already overwhelmed Mrs. Gregory Williams. As the wife of the Governor, she was clearly in a position to maintain this bold front effectively. Every mail brought to her requests for her support and the sanction of her signature to social or charitable enterprises. Her hospital was flourishing along the lines of the policy which she had indicated, and was feeling the advantage of her political prosperity. She was able to give the petition in behalf of Mrs. Hamilton, which contained now 25,000 signatures, fresh value and solemnity by means of an autographed letter from the Governor's wife countersigned by the Governor. This, with the bulky list of petitioners, she addressed and dispatched directly to Queen Victoria. Her presence was in constant demand at all sorts of functions, at many of which she had the opportunity to make a few remarks, to express the welcome of the state, or to utter words of sympathy and encouragement to those who assembled. In the second month of her husband's administration she had the satisfaction of greeting, in her double capacity as newly elected president of the Benham Institute and wife of the Governor, the Federation of Women's Clubs of the United States, on the occasion of its annual meeting at Benham. This federation was the incorporated fruit of the Congress of Women's Clubs, which Selma had attended as a delegate just previous to her divorce from Babcock, and she could not refrain from some exultation at the progress she had made since then, as she sat wielding the gavel over the body of women delegates from every state in the Union. The meeting lasted 3 days. Literary exercises alternated with excursions to points of interest in the neighborhood, at all of which she was in authority, and the celebration was brought to a brilliant close by a banquet to which men were invited. As this, Selma acted as toastmaster, introducing the speakers of the occasion, which included her own husband. Lyons made a graceful allusion to her stimulating influences as a helpmate and her executive capacity, which elicited loud applause. Succeeding this meeting of the Federation of Women's Clubs came a series of semi-public festivities under the patronage of women, philanthropic, literary, or social in character. For the fever to perpetuate in club form every congregation of free-born citizens, except on election day, had seized Benham in common with the other cities of the country in its grasp, to each of which the Governor's wife was invited as the principal guest of honor. Selma thus found a dozen opportunities to exhibit herself to a large audience and testify to her faith in democratic institutions. On the 22nd of February, Washington's birthday, she held a reception at their house on River Drive, for which cards had been issued a fortnight previous. She pathetically explained to the reporters that, had the dimensions and resources of her establishment permitted, she and the Governor would simply have announced themselves at home to the community at large, that they would have preferred this, but of course it would never do. The people would not be pleased to see a rabble confound the hospitality of the chief magistrate and his wife. The people demanded proper dignity from their representatives in office. The list of invitations which Selma sent out, however, was comprehensive. She aimed to invite everyone of social, public, commercial, or political importance. A full band was in attendance, and a liberal collation was served. Selma confided to some of her guests, who she thought might criticize the absence of wine, that she had felt obliged, out of consideration for her husband's political prospects, to avoid wounding the feelings of total abstainers. The entertainment lasted from 4 to 7, and the 3 hours of handshaking provided a delicious experience to the hostess. She gloried in the consciousness that this crush of citizens, representing the leaders of the community in the widest sense, had been assembled by her social gift, and that they had come to offer their admiring homage to the clever wife of their Governor. It gratified her to think that Pauline and Mrs. Taylor and the people of that class, to all of whom she had sent cards, should behold her as the first lady of the state and mistress of a beautiful home, dispensing hospitality on broad democratic lines to an admiring constituency. When Mr. Horace Elton approached, Selma perpetrated a little device which she had planned. As they were in the act of shaking hands, a very handsome rose fell, seemingly by chance, from the bouquet which she carried. He picked it up and tendered it to her, but Selma made him keep it, adding in a lower tone, "It is your due for the gallant friendship you have shown me and my husband." She felt as though she were a queen bestowing a guerdon on a favorite minister, and yet a woman rewarding in a woman's way an admirer's devotion. She meant Elton to appreciate that she understood that his interest in Lyons was largely due to his partiality for her. It seemed to her that she could recognize to this extent his chivalrous conduct without smirching her blameless record as an American wife. Meantime, the Governor was performing his public duties with becoming dignity and without much mental friction. The legislature was engaged in digesting the batch of miscellaneous business presented for its consideration, among which was Elton's gas consolidation bill. Already the measure had encountered some opposition in committee, but Lyons was led to believe that the bill would be passed by a large majority, and that its opponents would be conciliated before his signature was required. Lyons's reputation as an orator had been extended by his term in the House of Representatives and his recent active campaign, and he was in receipt of a number of invitations from various parts of the country to address august bodies in other states, all of which were declined. But when in the month of April opportunity was afforded him to deliver a speech on patriotic issues on the anniversary of the Battle of Lexington, he decided, with Selma's approval, to accept the invitation. He reasoned that a short respite from the cares of office would be agreeable. She was attracted by the glamour of revisiting New York as a woman of note. New York had refused to recognize her superiority and to do her homage, and New York should realize her present status, and what a mistake had been made. The speech was a success, and the program provided for the entertainment of the orator and his wife included the hospitality of several private houses. Selma felt that she could afford to hold her head high, and not to thaw too readily for the benefit of a society which had failed to appreciate her worth when it had the chance. She was the wife now of one of the leading public men of the nation, and in a position to set fashions, not to ask favors. Nevertheless, she chose on the evening before their return to Benham to show herself at dinner at Delmonico's, just to let the world of so-called fashion perceive her and ask who she was. There would doubtless be people there who knew her by sight, and who, when they were told that she was now the wife of Governor Lyons, would regret, if not be ashamed of their short-sightedness and snobbery. She wore a striking dress. She encouraged her husband's willingness to order an elaborate dinner, including champagne, for they were in a champagne country, and she exhibited a sprightly mood, looking about her with a knowing air in observation of the other occupants of the dining room. While she was thus engaged, the entrance of a party of 6, whom the head waiter conducted with a show of attention to a table which had evidently been reserved for them, fettered Selma's attention. She stared, unable to believe her eyes, then flushed and looked indignant. Her attention remained riveted on this party while they laid aside their wraps and seated themselves. Struck by the annoyed intensity of his wife's expression, Lyons turned to follow the direction of her gaze. "What is the matter?" he said. For a few moments Selma sat silent with compressed lips, intent on her scrutiny. "It's an outrage on decency," she murmured at last. "How dare she show herself here and entertain those people?" "Of whom are you talking, Selma?" "The Williamses, Flossy Williams and her husband. The 2 couples with them live on Fifth Avenue and used to be among her exclusive friends. Her husband has just ordered the dinner. I saw him give the directions to the waiter. It is monstrous that they, who only a few months ago failed disgracefully and were supposed to have lost everything, should be going on exactly as if nothing had happened. People in New York have the faculty of taking on their feet again quickly after financial reverses," said Lyons mildly. "Like as not, some of Williams's friends have enabled him to make a fresh start." "So it seems," Selma answered sternly. She sat back in her chair with a discouraged air and neglected her truffled chicken. "It isn't right. It isn't decent." Lyons was puzzled by her demeanor. "Why should you care what they do?" he asked. "We can easily avoid them for the future." Because, James Lyons, I can't bear to see godless people triumph. Because it offends me to see a man and a woman who are practically penniless through their own evil courses, and should be discredited everywhere, able to resume their life of vanity and extravagance without protest. While she was speaking, Selma suddenly became aware that her eyes had met those of Dr. George Page, who was passing their table on his way out. Recognition on both sides came at the same moment, and Selma turned in her chair to greet him, cutting off any hope which he may have had of passing unobserved. She was glad of the opportunity to show the company that she was on familiar terms with a man so well known, and she had on her tongue what she regarded as a piece of banter quite in keeping with his usual vein. "How do you do, Dr. Page? We haven't met for a long time. You do not know my husband, Governor Lyons, I think." "Dr. Page used to be our family physician when I lived in New York, James. Everyone here knows that he has a very large practice." Selma was disposed to be gracious and sprightly, for she felt that Dr. Page must surely be impressed by her appearance of prosperity. "I had heard of your marriage and of your husband's election. I congratulate you. Are you living in Benham, I believe, far from this hurly-burly?" "Yes. A little bird told me the other day that a no less distinguished person than Dr. Page had been seen in Benham twice during the last 3 months. Of course, a governor's wife is supposed to know everything which goes on, and for certain reasons I was very much interested to hear this bit of news. I am a very discreet woman, Doctor. It shall go no further." The physician's broad brow contracted slightly, but his habitual self-control concealed completely the inclination to strangle his bright-eyed, overdressed inquisitor. He was the last man to shirk the vicissitudes of playful speech, and he preferred this mood of Selma's to her solemn style, although his privacy was invaded. I should have remembered. He said that there is nothing in the world which Mrs. Lyons does not know by intuition, including the management of a hospital, Dr. Page. Perhaps you don't know that I am managing trustee of a very large hospital." "Yes, I was informed of that in Benham. I should scarcely venture to tell you what my little bird said. It was an old fogy of a bird, with a partiality for thorough investigation and scientific method, and a thorough distrust of the results of the offhand inspiration of the treatment of disease. I dare say. But we are succeeding splendidly. The next time you come to Benham, you must come to see me, and I will take you over to our hospital. I don't despair yet of converting you to our side, just as you evidently don't despair of inducing a certain lady some day to change her mind. I, for one, think that she is more fitted by nature to be a wife than a college president. So I shall await with interest more news from my little bird." Selma felt that she was talking to a greater advantage than almost ever before. Her last remark banished every trace of a smile from her adversary's face, and he stood regarding her with a preternatural gravity which should have been appalling, but which she welcomed as a sign of serious feeling on his part. She felt, too, that at last she had got the better of the ironical doctor and repartee, and that he was taking his leave tongue-tied. In truth, he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. He simply glared and departed. "Poor fellow," she said by way of explanation to Lyons. "I suppose his emotion got the better of him because he has loved her for so long. That was the Dr. Page who has been crazy for years to marry Pauline Littleton. When he was young he married a woman of doubtful character who ran away from him. I used to think that Pauline was right in refusing to sacrifice her life for his sake, but he has been very constant, and I doubt if she has originality enough to keep her position as president of Wetmore long. He belongs to the old school of medicine. It was he who took care of Wilbur when he died. I fancy that case may have taught him not to mistrust truth merely because it isn't labeled, but I bear him no malice because I know he meant to do his best. They are just suited for each other, and I shall be on his side after this." The interest of this episode served to restore somewhat Selma's serenity, but she kept her attention fixed on the table where the Williamses were sitting, observing with a sense of injury their gay behavior. To all appearances Flossy was as light-hearted and volatile as ever. Her attire was in the height of fashion. Had adversity taught her nothing? Had the buffet of Providence failed utterly to sober her frivolous spirit? It seemed to Selma that there could be no other conclusion, and though she and Lyons had finished dinner, she was unable to take her eyes off the culprits, or to cease to wonder how it was possible for people with nothing to continue to live as though they had everything. Her moral nature was stirred to resentment, and she sat spellbound, seeking in vain for a point of consolation. Meantime Lyons, like a good American, had sent for an evening paper, and was deep in its perusal. A startled ejaculation from him aroused Selma from her nightmare. Her husband was saying to her across the table, "My dear, Senator Calkins is dead." He spoke in a solemn, excited whisper. "Our Senator Calkins?" "Yes. This is the dispatch from Washington. United States Senator Calkins dropped dead suddenly in the lobby of the Senate chamber at 10 o'clock this morning while talking with friends. His age was 52. The cause of his death was heart failure. His decease has cast a gloom over the Capitol, and the Senate adjourned promptly out of respect to the memory of the departed statesman." "What a dreadful thing!" Selma murmured. "The ways of Providence are inscrutable," said Lyons. "No one could have foreseen this public calamity." He poured out a glass of ice water and drank it feverishly. "It's fortunate we have everything arranged to return to-morrow, for of course you will be needed at home." "Yes. Waiter, bring me a telegram." "What are you going to do?" "Communicate to Mrs. Calkins our sympathy on account of the death of her distinguished husband." "That will be nice," said Selma. She sat for some moments in silence, observing her husband, and spellbound by the pleasant possibility which presented itself. She knew that Lyons' gravity and agitation were not wholly due to the shock of the catastrophe. He, like herself, must be conscious that he might become the dead senator's successor. He poured out and drained another goblet of ice water. Twice he drew himself up slightly and looked around the room with the expression habitual to him when about to deliver a public address. Selma's veins were tingling with excitement. Providence had interfered in her behalf again. As the wife of a United States Senator, everything would be within her grasp. "James," she said, "we are the last persons in the world to fail in respect to the illustrious dead, but of course you ought to have Senator Calkins's place." Lyons looked at his wife, and his large lips trembled. "If the people of my state, Selma, feel that I am the most suitable man for the vacant senatorship, I shall be proud to serve them." Selma nodded appreciatively. She was glad that her husband should approach the situation with a solemn sense of responsibility. "They are sure to feel that," she said. "It seems to me that you are practically certain of the party's nomination, and your party has a clear majority of both branches of the legislature." Lyons glanced furtively about him before he spoke. "I don't see at the moment, Selma, how they could defeat me." Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Unleavened Bread. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unleavened Bread by Robert Grant, Chapter 28. The body of Senator Calkins was laid to rest with appropriate ceremonies in the soil of his native state, and his virtues as a statesman and citizen were celebrated in the pulpit and in the public print. On the day following the funeral, the contest for his place began in dead earnest. There had been some quiet canvassing by the several candidates while the remains were being transported from Washington, but public utterance was stayed until the last rites were over. Then it transpired that there were 4 candidates in the field: a congressman, an ex-governor, a silver-tongued orator named Stringer, who was a member of the upper branch of the state legislature and who claimed to be a true defender of popular rights, and Hon. James O. Lyons. Newspaper comment concerning the candidacy of these aspirants early promulgated the doctrine that Governor Lyons was entitled to the place if he desired it. More than one party organ claimed that his brilliant services had given him a reputation beyond the limit of mere political prestige, and that he had become a veritable son of the state. By the end of a fortnight, the ex-governor had withdrawn in favor of Lyons, while the following of the congressman was recognized to be inconsiderable, and that he was holding out in order to obtain terms. Only the silver-tongued orator Stringer remained. On him the opposition within the party had decided to unite their forces. To all appearances they were in a decided minority. There was no hope that the Republican members of the legislature would join them, for it seemed scarcely good politics to rally to the support of a citizen whose statesmanship had not been tested in preference to the governor of the state. It was conceded by all but the immediate followers of Stringer that Lyons would receive the majority vote of either house and be triumphantly elected on the first joint ballot. And yet the opposition to the governor, though numerically small, was genuine. Stringer was, as he described himself, a man of the plain people. That is, he was a lawyer with a denunciating voice, a keen mind, and a comprehensive grasp on language, who was still an attorney for plaintiffs, and whose ability had not yet been recognized by corporations or conservative souls. He was where Lyons had been 10 years before, but he had neither the urbanity, conciliatory tendencies, nor dignified, solid physical properties of the governor. He was pleased to refer to himself as a tribune of the people, and his thin, nervous figure, clad in a long frock coat with a yawning collar and black wisp tie, his fiery utterance and relentless zeal bore out the character. He looked hungry, and his words suggested that he was in earnest, carrying conviction to some of his colleagues in the legislature. The election at which Lyons had been chosen chief magistrate had brought this into the state government a sprinkling of socialistic spirits, as they were called, who applauded vigorously the thinly veiled allusions which Stringer made in debate to the lukewarm democracy of some of the party leaders, when he spoke with stern contempt of those who played fast and loose with sacred principles. They were staunch friends of the humblest citizens on the public platform, and behind their backs grew slyly rich on the revenues of wealthy corporations. Everyone knew that he was baiting the governor. These diatribes were stigmatized as in wretched taste, but the politicians of both parties could not help being amused. They admitted behind their hands that the taunt was not altogether groundless, and that Lyons certainly was on extremely pleasant terms with prosperity for an out-and-out champion of popular rights. Nevertheless, the leading party newspapers termed Stringer a demagogue, and accused him of endeavoring to foment discord in the ranks of the democracy by questioning the loyalty of a man who had led them to notable victory twice in the last 3 years. He was invited to step down and to season his aspirations until he could present a more significant public record. What had he done that entitled him to the senatorship? He had gifts, undeniably, but he was young, and he could wait. This was a taking argument with the legislatures, many of whom had grown gray in the party service, and Lyons' managers felt confident that the support accorded to this tribune of the people would dwindle to the very small proportions when the time came to count noses. Suddenly there loomed into sight on the political horizon and came bearing down on Lyons under full sail Elton's bill for the consolidation of the gas companies. The Benham Sentinel had not been one of the promoters of Lyons's senatorial canvass, but it had not espoused the cause of any of his competitors, and latterly had referred in acquiescent terms to his election as a foregone conclusion. He had not happened to run across Elton during these intervening weeks, and preferred not to encounter him. He cherished an ostrich-like hope that Elton was in no haste regarding the bill, and that consequently it might not pass the legislature until after his election as senator. If he were to come in contact with Elton, the meeting might jog the busy magnate's memory. It was a barren hope. Immediately after the Sentinel announced that the Governor Lyons was practically sure to be the next United States Senator, the gas bill was reported favorably by the committee which had it in charge, and was advanced rapidly in the House. Debate on its provisions developed that it was not to have entirely plain sailing, though the majority recorded in its favor on the first and second readings was large. It was not at first regarded as a party measure. Its supporters included most of the Republicans and more than half of the Democrats. Yet the opposition to it proceeded from the wing of the Democracy with which Stringer was affiliated. Elton's interest in the bill was well understood, and the work of pledging members in advance, irrespective of party, had been so thoroughly done that but for the exigencies of the senatorial contest it would probably have slipped through without notice as a harmless measure. As it was, the opposition to it in the lower branch was brief and seemed unimportant. The bill passed the House of Representatives by a nearly two-thirds vote and went promptly to the Senate calendar. Then suddenly it became obvious to Lyons not merely that Elton was bent on securing its passage while the present governor was still in office, but that his rival Stringer had conceived the cruel scheme of putting him in the position, by a hue and cry against monopoly and corporate interests, where his election to the senatorship would be imperiled if he did not veto the measure. By a caustic speech in the Senate, Stringer drew public attention to the skillfully concealed iniquities of the proposed franchise, and public attention thus aroused began to bristle. Newspapers here and there throughout the state put forth edicts that this legislature had been chosen to protect popular principles, and that here was an opportunity for the Democratic Party to fulfill its pledges and serve the people. Stringer and his associates were uttering in the Senate burning words against the audacious menace of what they termed the franchise octopus. Did the people realize that this bill to combine gas companies, which looked so innocent on its face, was a gigantic scheme to wheedle them out of a valuable franchise for nothing? Did they understand that they were deliberately putting their necks in the grip of a monster whose tentacles would squeeze and suck their lifeblood for its own enrichment? Stringer hammered away with fierce and reiterated invective. He had no hope of defeating the bill, but he confidently believed that he was putting his adversary, the governor, in a hole. It had been noised about the lobbies by the friends of the measure earlier in the session that the governor was all right and could be counted on. Stringer reasoned that Lyons was committed to the bill, that if he signed it his opponents might prevent his election as senator on the plea that he catered to corporate interests, that if he vetoed it he would lose the support of powerful friends who might seek to revenge themselves by uniting on his opponent. Stringer recognized that he was playing a desperate game, but it was his only chance. One thing was evident already. As a result of the exposure in the Senate, considerable public hostility to the bill was manifesting itself. Petitions for its defeat were in circulation, and several senators who had been supposed to be friendly to its passage veered round in deference to the views of their constituents. Its defeat had almost become a party measure. A majority of the Democrats in the Senate were claimed to be against it. Nevertheless, there was no delay on the part of those in charge in pushing it to final action. They had counted noses, and their margin of support had been so liberal they could afford to lose a few deserters. After a fierce debate, the bill was passed to be engrossed by a majority of 11. The Democrats in the Senate were just evenly divided on the ballot. What would the governor do? This was the question on everyone's lips. Would he sign or veto the bill? Public opinion, as represented by the newspapers, was prompt to point out his duty. The verdict of a leading party organ was that, in view of all the circumstances, Governor Lyons could scarcely do otherwise than refuse to give his official sanction to a measure which threatened to increase the burdens of the plain people. The words, "in view of all the circumstances," appeared to be a euphemism for "in view of his ambition to become United States Senator." Several journals declared unequivocally that it would become the duty of the party to withdraw its support from Governor Lyons in case he allowed this undemocratic measure to become law. On the other hand, certain party organs questioned the justice of the outcry against the bill, arguing that the merits of the case had been carefully examined in the legislature and that there was no occasion for the governor to disturb the result of its action. On the day after the bill was sent to the chief magistrate, an editorial appeared in the Benham Sentinel presenting an exhaustive analysis of its provisions, and pointing out that, though the petitioners might under certain contingencies reap a reasonable profit, the public could not fail in that event to secure a lower price for gas and more effective service. This article was quoted extensively throughout the Senate, and was ridiculed or extolled according to the sympathies of the critics. Lyons received a marked copy of the Sentinel on the morning when it appeared. He recognized the argument as that which he had accepted at the time he promised to sign the bill if he were elected governor. In the course of the same day a letter sent by messengers was handed to him in the executive chamber. It contained simply 2 lines in pencil in Elton's handwriting. It continues to be of vital importance to my affairs that the pending bill should receive your signature. That was obviously a polite reminder of their agreement, an intimation that the circumstances had not altered, and that it was incumbent on him to perform his part of their compact. Obviously, too, Horace Elton took for granted that a reminder was enough, and that he would keep his word. He had promised to sign the bill. He had given his word of his honor to do so, and Elton was relying on his good faith. The situation had suddenly become oppressive and disheartening. Just when his prospects seemed assured, this unfortunate obstacle had appeared in his path and threatened to confound his political career. He must sign the bill, and if he signed it, in all probability he would lose the senatorship. His enemies would claim that the party could not afford to stultify itself by the choice of a candidate who preferred monopolies. He had given his promise, the word of a man of honor and a businessman. What escape was there from this predicament? If he vetoed the bill, would he not be a liar and a poltroon? If he signed it, the senatorship would slip through his fingers. The thought occurred to him to send for Elton and throw himself on his mercy, but he shrank from such an interview. Elton was a businessman, and a promise was a promise. He had enjoyed the consideration for his promise. His notes were secure, and the hypothecated bonds had been redeemed. He was on his feet and governor, thanks to Elton's interposition, and now he was called on to do his part, to pay the fiddler. He must sign the bill. Lyons had 5 days in which to consider the matter. At the end of that time, if he neither signed nor vetoed the bill, it would become law without his signature. He was at bay, and the time for deliberation was short. An incubus of disappointment weighed upon his soul and clouded his brow. His round, smooth face looked grieved. It seemed cruel to him that such an untoward piece of fortune should confront him just at the moment when this great reward for his political services was within his grasp and his opportunities for eminent public usefulness assured. He brooded over his quandary in silence for 24 hours. On the second day he concluded to speak of the matter to Selma. He knew that she kept a general run on public affairs. Not infrequently she had asked him questions concerning measures before the legislature, and he was pleasantly aware that she was ambitious to be regarded as a politician. But up to this time there had been no room for question as to what his action as governor should be in respect to any measure. It had happened, despite his attitude of mental comradeship with his wife, that he had hitherto concealed from her his most secret transactions. He had left her in the dark in regard to his true dealings with Williams and Van Horn. He had told her nothing as to his straitened circumstances, the compact by which he had been made governor, and his relief at the hands of Elton from threatened financial ruin. Reluctance, born of the theory in his soul that these were accidents in his life, not typical happenings, had sealed his lips. He was going to confide in her now, not because he expected that Selma's view of this emergency would differ from his own, but in order that she might learn before he acted that he was under an imperative obligation to sign the bill. While he was sitting at home in the evening with the topic trembling on his tongue, Selma made his confession easy by saying, "I have taken for granted that you will veto the gas bill." Selma had indeed so assumed. In the early stages of the bill she had been ignorant of its existence. During the last fortnight, since the controversy had reached an acute phase and public sentiment had been aroused against its passage, she had been hoping that it would pass, so that Lyons might have the glory of returning it to the legislature without his signature. She had reasoned that he would be certain to veto the measure, for the bill was clearly in the interest of monopoly, and though her nerves were all on edge with excitement over the impending election of a senator, she had not interfered because she took for granted that it was unnecessary. Even when Lyons, after reading the article in the Sentinel, had dropped the remark that the measure was really harmless and the outcry against it unwarranted, she had supposed that he was merely seeking to be magnanimous. She had forgotten this speech until it was recalled by Lyons's obvious state of worry during the last few days. She had noticed this at first without special concern, believing it due to the malicious insinuations of Stringer. Now that the bill was before him for signature, there could be no question as to his action. Nevertheless, her heart had suddenly been assailed by a horrible doubt, and straightway her sense of duty as a wife and of duty to herself had sought assurance in a crucial inquiry. "I was going to speak to you about this evening. I wish to tell you the reasons which obliged me to sign the bill," he answered. Lyons's manner was subdued and limp. Even his phraseology had been stripped of its stateliness. "Sign the bill!" gasped Selma. "If you sign it you will lose the senatorship." She spoke like a prophetess, and her steely eyes snapped. "That is liable to be the consequence, I know. I will explain it to you, Selma. You will see that I am bound in honor and cannot help myself." "In honor? You are bound in honor to your party, bound in honor to me to veto it." "Wait a minute, Selma. You must hear my reasons. Before I was nominated for governor, I gave Horace Elton my word, man to man, that I would sign this gas bill. It is his bill. I promised if I were elected governor not to veto it. At the time I was financially embarrassed, and I did not tell you because I was unwilling to distress you, but my affairs in New York were in disorder, and I had notes here coming due. Nothing was said about money matters between Elton and me until he agreed to support me as governor. Then he offered to help me, and I accepted his aid. Don't you see that I cannot help myself? I must sign the bill." Selma had listened in amazement. "It's a trap," she murmured. "Horace Elton has led you into a trap." The thought that Elton's politeness to her was a blind, and that she had been made sport of, took precedence in her resentment even of the annoyance caused by her husband's deceit. "Why did you conceal all of this from me?" she asked tragically. "I should not have done so, perhaps. If you had told me, this difficulty never would have arisen." "It's not a real difficulty. Surely you must throw Elton over. Surely you must veto the bill." "Throw him over?" stammered Lyons. "You don't understand, Selma. I gave my word as a business man. I am under great obligations to him." He told briefly the details of the transaction, even the hypothecation of the Parsons bonds. For once in his life he made a clean breast of his bosom's perilous stuff. He was ready to bear the consequences of his plight rather than be false to his man's standard of honor, and yet his wife's opposition had fascinated him as well as startled him. He set forth his case, the case which meant his political checkmate, then waited. Selma had risen and stood with folded arms gazing into distance, with the far-away look by which she was wont to subdue mountains. "Have you finished?" she asked. "What you are proposing to do is sacrifice your life and my life, James Lyons, for the sake of a fetish. Horace Elton, under the pretense of friendship for us, has taken advantage of your necessities to extract from you a promise to support an evil scheme, a bill to defraud the plain American people of their rights, the people whose interests you swore to protect when you took the oath as governor. Is a promise between a man and a man, as you call it, more sacred than everlasting truth itself, more binding than the tie of principle and political good faith? Will you refuse to veto a bill that you know is a blow at liberty in order to keep a technical business compact with an overreaching capitalist who has no sympathy with our ideas? I am disappointed in you, James. I thought you could see clearer than that." Lyons sighed. "I examined the bill at the time with some care and did not think it inimical to the public interests. But had I foreseen the objections which would be raised against it, I admit that I never would have agreed to sign it." "Precisely. You were taken in." She meant in her heart that they had both been taken in. "This is not a case of commercial give and take, of purchase and sale of stocks or merchandise. The eternal verities are concerned. You owe it to your country to break your word. The triumph of American principles is paramount to your obligation to Elton. Whom will this gas bill benefit but the promoters? Your view, James, is the old-fashioned view, just as I said to you the other day that Dr. Page is old-fashioned in his views of medicine. So it seems to me, if you will forgive my saying so, you are in this instant behind the times. And you are not usually behind the times. It has been one of the joyous features of my marriage with you that you have not lacked American initiative and independence of conventions. I wish you had confided in me. You were forced to give that promise by your financial distress. Will you let an old-fashioned theory of private honor make you a traitor to our party cause and to the sovereign people of our country?" Lyons bowed his head between his hands. "You make me see that there are two sides to the question, Selma. It is true that I was not myself when Elton got my promise to sign the bill. My mind has been on the rack for weeks, and I was unfit to form a correct estimate of a complicated public measure. But a promise is a promise. What can he do if you break it? He will not kill you." "He will not kill me, no, but he will despise me." Lyons reflected as he spoke that Elton would be unable to injure him financially. He would be able to pay his notes when they came due, thanks to the improvement in business affairs which had set in since the beginning of the year. "And your party, the American people, will despise you if you sign the bill. Whose contempt do you fear the most?" I see," he murmured. "I cannot deny there is much force in your argument, dear. I fear there can be no doubt that if I let the bill become law, public clamor will oblige the party to throw me over and take up Stringer or some dark horse. That means a serious setback to my political progress, means perhaps my political ruin." "Your political suicide, James. And there is another side to it," continued Selma pathetically. "My side. I wish you to think of that. I wish you to realize that if you yield to this false notion of honor, you will interfere with the development of my life no less than your own. As you know, I think, I became your wife because I felt that as a public woman working at your side in behalf of the high purposes in which we had a common sympathy, I should be a greater power for good than if I pursued alone my career as a writer and on the lecture platform. Until to-day I have felt sure that I made no mistake, that we had made no mistake. Without respect to the dead, I must say that for the first time in my life marriage has meant to me what it should mean, and has tended to bring out the best which is in me. I have grown. I have developed. I have been recognized. We have both made progress. Only a few days ago I was rejoicing to think that when you became a United States Senator there would be a noble field for my abilities as well as yours. We are called to high office, called to battle for great principles, and to lead the nation to worthy things. And now, in a moment of mental blindness, you are threatening to spoil all. For my sake, if not for your own, James, be convinced that you do not see clearly. Do not snatch the cup of happiness from my lips just as at last it is full. Give me the chance to live my own life as I wish to live it." There was a brief silence. Lyons rose and let fall his head on the table with impressive emphasis. His mobile face was working with emotion. His eyes were filled with tears. "I will veto the bill," he said grandiloquently. "The claims of private honor must give way to the general welfare and the demands of civilization. You have convinced me, Selma, my wife. My point of view was old-fashioned. Superior ethics permit no other solution of the problem. Superior ethics," he repeated, as though the phrase gave him comfort, "would not justify a statesman in sacrificing his party and his own powers, ay, and his political conscience, in order to keep a private compact. I shall veto the bill." "Thank God for that," she murmured. Lyons stepped forward and put his arm around her. "You shall live your own life as you desire, Selma. No act of mine shall spoil it. Superior ethics taught you by your wife, your poor wise wife in whom you would not confide." She playfully tapped him on his fat cheek. "Naughty boy." "There are moments when a man sees through a glass darkly," he answered, kissing her again. "This is a solemn decision for us, Selma. Heaven has willed that you should save me from my own errors and my own blindness. We shall be very happy, James. You will be chosen Senator, and all will be as it should be. The clouds on my horizon are one by one passing away, and justice is prevailing at last. What do you suppose I heard to-day? Pauline Littleton is to marry Dr. Page. Mrs. Earle told me so. Pauline has written to the trustees that after the 1st of next January she will cease to serve as president of Wetmore, that by the time the college will be running smoothly, so that a successor can take up the work. There is a chance now that the trustees will choose a genuine educator for the place, some woman of spontaneous impulses and a large outlook on life. Pauline's place is by the domestic hearth. She could never have much influence on progress." "I do not know her very well," said Lyons, "but I know this, Selma. You would be just the woman for that place if you were not my wife. You would make an ideal president of a college for progressive women." "I am suited for the work, and I think I am progressive," she admitted. "But that, of course, is out of the question for me as a married woman and the wife of a United States Senator. But I am glad, James, to have you appreciate my strong points." On the following day Lyons vetoed the gas bill. His message to the legislature described it as a measure which disposed of a valuable franchise for nothing, and which would create a monopoly detrimental to the rights of the public. This action met with public approval. One newspaper expressed well the feeling of the community by declaring that the governor had faced the issue squarely and shown the courage of his well-known convictions. The Benham Sentinel was practically mute. It stated merely in a short editorial that it was disappointed in Governor Lyons, and that he had played into the hands of the demagogues and the sentimentalists. It suggested to the legislature to show commendable independence by passing the bill over his veto, but this was obviously a vain hope. The vote in the House against the veto not merely fell short of the requisite two-thirds, but was less than a plurality, showing that the action of the Chief Magistrate had reversed the sentiment of the legislature. The force of Stringer's opposition was practically killed by the governor's course. He had staked everything on the chance that Lyons would see fit to sign the bill. When the party caucus for the chance of a candidate for senator was held a few days later, his followers recognized the hopelessness of his ambition and prevailed on him to withdraw his name from consideration. Lyons was elected senator of the United States by a party vote by the two branches of the legislature assembled in solemn conclave. Apparently Elton had realized that opposition was useless, and he must bide his time for revenge. Booming cannon celebrated the result of the proceedings, and Selma, waiting at home on the river drive, received a telegram from the Capitol announcing the glad news. Her husband was United States Senator, and the future stretched before her big with promise. She had battled with life. She had suffered. She had held fast to her principles, and at last she was rewarded. Lyons returned to Benham by the afternoon train, and a salute of 100 guns greeted him on his arrival. He walked from the station like any private citizen. Frequent cheers attended his progress to his house. In the evening the shops and public buildings were illuminated, and the James O. Lyons cadets, who considered themselves partly responsible for his rapid promotion, led a congratulatory crowd to the river drive. The Senator-elect, in response to the music of a serenade, stepped out on the balcony. Selma waited behind the window curtain until the enthusiasm had subsided. Then she glided forth and showed herself at his elbow. A fresh round of cheers for the Senator's wife followed. It was a glorious night. The moon shone brightly. The street was thronged by the populace and glittered with the torches of the cadets. Lyons stood bareheaded. His large, round, smooth face glistened, and the moonbeams bathing his chin beard gave him the effect of a patriarch, or of one inspired. He raised his hand to induce silence, then stood for a moment, as was his habit before speaking, with an expression as though he were struggling with emotion or busy in silent prayer. "Fellow citizens of Benham," he began slowly, "compatriots of the sovereign state which has done me today so great an honor, I thank you for this precious greeting. You are my constituents and my brothers. I accept from your hands this great trust of office, knowing that I am but your representative, knowing that my mission is to bear constant witness to the love of liberty, the love of progress, the love of truth, which are enshrined in the hearts of the great American people. Your past has been ever glorious. Your future looms big with destiny, still leaning on the God of our fathers, to whom our patriot sires have ever turned, and whose favors to our beloved country are seen in your broad prairies, tall with fruitful grain, and your mighty engines of commerce. I take up the work which you have given me to do, pledged to remain a Democrat of the Democrats, an American of the Americans." Selma heard the words of his peroration with a sense of ecstasy. She felt that he was speaking for them both, and that he was expressing the yearning intention of her soul to attempt and perform great things. She stood gazing straight before her with her far-away seraph look, as though she were penetrating the future, even into paradise. End of the Project Gutenberg e-book, Unleavened Bread.